So good morning, everybody. I think we start. We're not quite complete, but it's early in the morning. So welcome to the third day, I think, of our conference. Yeah, some of us left this room barely 12 hours ago, so I have to slowly have the feeling I'm living in this room, but it's not a bad thing anyway. So welcome to the first session of our conference today, called Individual Subjects and Against Collectivity. I have to add one thing to the event last night. It was really an interesting discussion we had. Sorry for that we did it in German, so we excluded some of you, but I think, and I have to talk to my colleagues from the Berlin team, but maybe we should write a short summary of our discussion in English to share it with the non-German speaking public in our project. Yes, so now we have the panel Individual Subjects and Against Collectivity. In the Berlin team, we had the appointment that the moderator is not only a moderator, but also should give a short summary of what we have discussed so far and give an outline of what we should discuss onwards. And my colleagues did this brilliantly in the last 2 days, but I'm afraid I'm too tired and too exhausted to do this right now. So I think I spare this, and it's better for all of us. We just start with the panel. Our first speaker is Anna Tomljenović from Zagreb. Anna is assistant professor in the section for History of World Literature at the Department of Comparative Literature at the University of Zagreb. Her research and her teaching are focused on fields such as literary history and theory, psychoanalytic theory, and feminist theory. And she's the author of 2 books, Introduction to Feminist Literary Criticism with Vlada Čale-Feldman, published in 2012, and Ibsen's Other Scene, published in 2019. Her paper today is called The Picaresque Novel Claiming the Unclaimed Existence, and I think she prepared it together with ANDREA MILANKO, but she can't be here today, so we have the pleasure to hear Anna for this.
Thank you, Patrick, for introducing me. In our discussion of the political novel, Andrea and I will be relying on Rancière's distinction between politics and police, the latter being understood as, and I quote, an order of bodies that defines the allocation of ways of doing, ways of being, and ways of saying, and sees that those bodies are assigned by name to a particular place and task. It is an order of the visible and the sayable that sees that the particular activity is visible and that another is not, that speech is understood as discourse, as another as a noise. Here, politics is viewed as an extremely determined activity antagonistic to policy. Politics is whatever breaks with the tangible configurations whereby parties and parts, or a lack of them, are defined by a presupposition that, by definition, has no place in that configuration, that of the part of those who have no part. Rancière's words eerily resemble Bachtin's description of picaresque hero, with which I quote, "The philosophy of man who knows only private life, but that same life does not belong to him. It has no place for him, and that is the reason why he can see it clearly in its mere totality. The man plays all his roles, but he does not merge with any of them." End of quote. The step is to raise a concern if providing a definition of the political novel as a genre would be accepting of, if not even corroborating, Rancière's policing regime. But before we address these generic challenges, let us look at the history of the picaresque, a particular genre which, although usually referring to novels and short stories, shares many of its literary concerns with dramatic literature. Our intention is to show the ways in which the picaresque, precisely because of its close association with dramatic texts, is capable of subverting any position of identity and any genre definition or literary classification. It is this very dimension of performance that the political of the picaresque is to be looked for, in the close similarity between the figure of the picaresque hero as imposter or the confidence man, to take up the title of Melville's famous picaresque novel, and the figure of actor. Literary scholars have associated the picaresque genre with various ancient texts, particularly the Latin novel and the tradition of the adventure novels, especially Petronius' Satyricon and Apuleius' Metamorphosis. Apuleius' Metamorphosis, or the Golden Ass, is the first-person account of the picaresque-like adventure of a young Greek named Lucius, who is transformed into an animal. In Book 1, Lucius begins his tale with a disclaimer, which reflects upon the difficulties of translating the accounts of his metamorphic journey into Latin. And I quote, "So let me begin. Who is the narrator? Let me briefly explain. My antique stock is from fertile territories established in yet more fertile works of literature. In those regions, I became a veteran in Attic speech. Later in Rome, as a stranger to the literary pursuit of the citizen there, I tackled and cultivated the native language without any guidance of teacher and with excruciating difficulties. So, at the outset, I beg your indulgence for any mistakes which I make as a novice in a foreign language in use at the Roman bar. This switch of languages is in fact accords with the technique of composition which I have adopted, much as circus rider leaps from one horse to another. For the Romans on which I am embarking is adapted from the Greek. Give it your attention, dear reader, and it will delight you." End of quote. As it is accordingly clear that Apuleius has converted a Greek story into an extended romance. As in picaresque, the problem of metamorphosis in Apuleius' novel functions on both thematic and formal levels. Lucius, the narrator, describes himself as a linguistic acrobat who, much as a circus rider, leaps from one horse to another. In other words, Apuleius asserts that his linguistic metamorphosis mirrors his hero's physical transformation and promises his reader delight if they will attend to this Greekish tale. In his analysis of the novel, John Winkler views the inserted tales in Apuleius' novel as epistemological exercise, designed to expose the provisional and subjective nature of all appearing truths. Because the reliability of their narrator is often suspect, and because the way their content is construed can vary widely depending on who the interpreter or audience is, the tale raises important questions about the true value of stories and, of course, by extension, of any text. Through the tales, according to literary critics, Apuleius explores the endless ways in which text can be variably read or misread, and evidence variably or wrongly interpreted. For example, Winkler observes in connection with the tales that repeatedly what seems for a moment to be a true interpretation is later shown to depend on perspective of the interpreter. Inevitably, the skepticism engendered in the reader by these exercises must extend to the question of reliability of the main narrator, Lucius himself, especially when it comes to deciding how seriously we are to take his religious conversion in Book 11. In Winkler's terms, Lucius is the true actor. His never-ending physical transformations can be compared to the transformation of his structurally unfinished narrative. In this paper, we will insist that the political role of literature is realized precisely through the circus art that we learn about in Apuleius' novel. If we follow Rancière's understanding of the political, literature represents, and I quote, the real life that cures us of misunderstandings of political fiction. In a series of writing, Rancière developed a conception of politics which distinguished between two processes commonly understood as political. First, we have the exercise of power and the organization of collective life. And second, we have emancipation. For Rancière, the term political refers only to the latter type of activity. What is implied in the term police, as Rancière uses it, is not necessarily a repressive force, but an order. I think this is important, a distribution of roles. In other words, the police order rests on and enacts a set of assumptions about who counts in the collectivity. In this agreement, Rancière claims the police order is always implying hierarchy, and politics is what happens when this allocation of role is disrupted, and, of course, this is important, revealed as contingent. In one of his programmatic claims, Rancière says, and I quote, "Political activity is whatever shifts a body from a place assigned to it or changes a place destination. It makes visible who had no business being seen and makes heard a discourse where once there was only place for noise, and makes understood as discourse what was once only heard as noise." As Jackie Clark observed in her article included in the book Rancière Now, Rancière has questioned emancipatory potential of identity politics, suggesting that it always leads back to the classificatory logic of policing, in which everyone has an allocated place. I think this opens up a radical claim of impossibility of the generic definition of political novel. In one hand, if the novel is to be effective and political, opposing the social hierarchy outside of the text, it must not be identified, named, classified, or in Rancière terms, policy. In other hand, if the novel is identified as political, be it according to its theme, agenda, engagement with political parties, identity politics, etc., it loses its disruptiveness. Now, Picaro's particular position, as described by Claudio Guillén in his seminal study literature at System, as a position of the half-outsider, means that the Picaro can neither integrate himself into society nor leave the society. If we replace the word picaresque with a political novel, it becomes more obvious why the political novel resists the grasp of generic system, and yet it has been built into it from the ancient Rome. Picaro's position, always out of place, reflects the awareness of the impermanence of symbolic roles in the social and political context, as well as the instability of linguistic expression, which is why we will observe in him the continuation of the resistance, the flight, the leaps that we have recognized in Apuleius' reference to circus art. In his classic definition of the Spanish Picaro, Claudio Guillén describes Picaro's position to the medieval anthropology of the dual man, homo duplex, which is based on the assumption that there is direct correspondence between mask and the face, between outside and the inside. The picaresque tale, as it emerged in 16th century Spain, uses this template and reversed it by emphasizing rupture between inner and outer man, between narrator and various narrated social roles. According to Bernhard Malkmus, it is this rupture, the breaking up of the unity of the dual man, which will come to light in the picaresque. In Guillén's words, in picaresque first-person narrative, we can find, and I quote, a double perspective of self-concealment and self-revelation. The Spanish picaresque tradition is, of course, closely connected with the widespread craze about theater and histrionics that form such an important part of Spanish Golden Age. As critics have noted in the reception of the picaresque from the earliest example of the genre from Lazarillo de Tormes and Guzmán de la Parache to Quevedo's History of the Life of the Swindler, picaresque survival strategies are inseparable from the masquerade as a theatrical illusion. The Picaro is usually described as a protean figure whose central characteristic, as Stuart Miller points out in his study, The Picaresque Novel, is precisely the lack of features. And I quote, "There is no part Picaro will not play. He assumes whatever appearance in the world forces on him, and this apersonality is typical of the picaresque world in which appearance and reality constantly mingle, making definition and order disappear. The Picaro is every man he has to be, and therefore no man." Consistent with the literary period in which picaresque emerged, it is not surprising that the play with identity position and the appropriation of various symbolic masks is recognized as the key element to the genre. Rather than seeking the political dimension of the picaresque in the form of critique of various socio-political structures, we will examine how the figure of Picaro as actor or as jester and a clown points to the antagonism not between the subject and the social order, but the lack in the subject and the groundlessness of any symbolic order. Here, I would like to remind you of Rancière's oft-quoted example of French socialist and political activist Auguste Blanqui. During his trial, the prosecutor asked Blanqui to name his profession, and Blanqui simply replied, proletarian. The prosecutor, of course, immediately objected to that response. That is not a profession, he said. And the response of Blanqui was, it is the profession of the majority of our people who are deprived of political rights. From the vantage point of police order, the prosecutor was right. Proletarian is not a profession. For prosecutor embodying police logic, profession means job, vocation, position in a socio-symbolic order, the activity that puts a body in its place and function. But within revolutionary politics, Blanqui gives the same word a different meaning. According to Rancière, we cannot identify the proletarian as a specific social group, and I quote, they are the class of uncounted that only exist in the very declaration in which they are counted as those of no account. This is a name, of course, of an outcast, an outsider. Proletarians are those who do not belong to the order of castes. As Rancière argues, proletarians are those who are pleased to undo this order. In this way, a process of subjectivization is a process of disidentification or declassification. This process of disidentification can be observed in the protagonist of the picaresque fiction. And that is exactly the reason why is Picaro an important figure of the theory and the philosophy of acting. In fact, Picaro can be understood as a double of Diderot's great actor and Nietzsche's artist. In the second edition of The Gay Science, Nietzsche wonders if the actor might give him access to the dangerous concept of the artist that preoccupies him throughout the book. The actor instinct, which Nietzsche considers the immanent of the artist in general, follows from a certain social position, as the author explains, the histrionic instinct. I will quote. Histrionic instinct will have developed most easily in lower class families who had nimbly to cut their coats according to their cloth, always readapting to new circumstances, always having to act and pose differently, until they slowly learn to turn their coats with every wind and thus almost turn into coats themselves. As we see, Nietzsche claims that perseverance in acting rehearsals shapes individuals who become capable of adapting the exterior to any occasion and thereby becoming almost that exterior. Like the adaptation known in animal world as mimicry, Nietzsche links the prehistory of acting to the figures, and I will quote Nietzsche now, the comedian, the lie-teller, the jester, the fool, finally the clown, and Gil Blas. Nietzsche's definition of an artist, which we pick out in the sequence actor, clown, and Lesage picaresque hero, Gil Blas, show us the way to permanent masquerade. Insofar as the potential of demiurge is reflected in the possibility of rebirth and self-creation, regardless of whether it is a stage creation or linguistic creation, Nietzsche's idea implies creation ex nihilo. Starting from the figure of Lazarillo de Tormes, whose name is diminutive from the resurrected Lazarus, Picaro offers itself as a figure that is constantly reinvented and reborn. If we keep in mind the biblical intertext of the 16th century Spanish novel, it is clear that the literary realization of Lazarillo de Tormes' misadventures is equivalent to his rebirth on the paper. We find the same motive of rebirth in the, for example, Thomas Mann famous picaresque novel Felix Krull, a work to which Croatian author Ivo Brešan is associated with. In his picaresque novel, The Confessions of a Characterless Man, Brešan, first-person narrator, explicitly states that his most intimate side is revealed as a wolf. And I quote, "I simply believe that the character does not exist, and this is what is most often called ordinary fiction, an invention that people have made out themselves or others have made about them." In Diderot's dialogue-like discussion, A Paradox of Acting, in which characters, the first speaker and the second speaker, exchange their thoughts with each other, the first says, "A great actor is," and I quote, "everything and nothing." That is to say, just because he is nothing, that he is before all everything. In the very next sentence, he adds that Montminy, the French actor, alias for Louis-André Lesage, the son of celebrated writer of picaresque novel, Alain-René Lesage, was the best embodiment of the very figure he is describing. In order to provide an example for an excellent actor, the first speaker in Diderot dialogue heroes of the picaresque novels that had been written by his father. He calls them the brother of Gilles Blas. As second concludes, Alain-René Lesage is to be understood as a father of this entire merry family. For Diderot, the actor is a being who is constitutive in personal and permanent character traits, and for this reason, he or she is able to adopt all sorts of features and feelings. According to Philippe Lacoulab's interpretation of the paradox, Diderot is saying exactly the same thing as Plato. And I will quote Diderot now. The second, according to there is everything and nothing. The first, perhaps it is just because he is nothing that he is before all states he assumes. As Lacoulabart argues, Plato knew this very well. I quote Lacoulabart, "The mimeticians are the worst possible breed because they are no one, pure mask or pure hypocrisy, and as such, unassignable, unidentifiable, impossible to place in a determined class or function that would be proper to them and would find its place in a just distribution of tasks." To the examples of Croatian neo-picaresque novels, Ivo Brešan's Nothing Sacred and The Confession of a Characterless Man. When protagonist of Brešan's novel, Nothing Sacred, claims the only thing that really interests me to live my life carelessly as possible is any other living organism. However, by enrolling in the study of Croatian language and literature, because, I quote, "he wants nothing that would oblige him to concern himself with other people's sorrows and unhappiness," he implicitly admits that he is unable to conform to society's rules, thus adopting the philosophy of the third in private life, as Bakhtin explains. However, the study of Croatian is a logical choice for an avid reader, mainly because it develops his ability to decode literary works. The picarist does studying the mechanism of life, but also to the mechanism in order to reveal its strategies in creating seduction, deception, and pretense. And I will quote Brešan, "You are mistaken if you think that these books will teach you anything. They bring contradictory stories and contradict each other so that at the end you will only become uncertain and doubt your knowledge. If you take what they say at face value, the more you read, the less you will know." The main character, Fabrizio Visco, works with the reader, in which he declares to open himself completely, should also be understood in this sense. In doing so, Fabrizio consistently plays the fate of Picaro. When we read about his adventures, we have to accept, penetrate in depth of his character, psychology, or reflection, but always remain on the surface. Here's the real truth comes to light, and the truth does not consist of, and I quote, personal opinions about it that arise post festum after everything is over. It is through this act of doubling the narrative situation that Picaro avoids what he has accused others of doing throughout his narrative. And I quote, "If others lie and pretend all the time without pointing it out to you, at least I have the decency to warn you that I am a liar from the start." Brescian's Picaro is a reader who reads books such as Adventure of Gil Blas, which, I quote, "infect him with a passion for reading from which he has not been able to free himself to this day. Moreover, I found many similarities with myself in the main character, Gil Blas. These similarities can be nothing more than a discursive addition to the pronoun I, which gives a face to something faceless and forms a narrative identity of the Picaro in communication with the narrative." I will just quote one thing. "Here I'm only role-playing for doctors, nurses, and patients of the sanatorium, switching from one role to another depending on which show is on. My dear reader, don't ask me who is real, me, in all this, because I cannot give you the answer. I don't know if anyone can say for sure what is understood when someone says I. What is actually this I?" End of quote. The I then belongs to the reality of the discourse and is produced by the reader or the narratee. Now, this picaresque narrator simultaneously seeks and builds in it an implicit reader on the basis of a game of trust with the reader. Readers are, in a way, invited not to use Picaro's knowledge, because Picaro does not possess such, but Picaro's skills she had mastered by disguising, language imitation, and self-passioning. Picaro's confession or account is not a text the reader receives passively. The reader, in Michel de Certeau's words, takes neither the position of the author nor the author's position. He invents in text something different from what they intended. Revival of the picaresque in a 20th century Croatian literature, we have attempted at how political effectiveness of picaresque lies in its univocal literariness, since it challenges the reader to question narrative identity by repeated reminding of the discrepancy between what is said and how it's being said. Picaresque narrative directs us toward a space in between aims, statuses, and identities. According to Rancière, the place of a political subject is interval or a gap. Therefore, the political subjectification is, and this is my last quote, never the simple assertion of an identity. It is always, at the same time, the denial of any identity given by others, given by the ruling order of policy. Policy is about right names, names that pin people down to their place and work. Politics is about wrong names, misnomers that articulate a gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk, and then the floor is open for discussion.
I hope it's not too early for a discussion.
Much, that was really, really interesting. And one of the things, I was listening very carefully because one of the things I've been finding as I engage with a selection of novels that I'm kind of treating as part of this project is how many of them have elements of the picaresque. So I think you're onto something that, in my mind, has a profound connection with the political novel. And I was really interested in what you were saying about unreliability. I don't know, are many of us members of the narrative list based in Georgetown? Yeah, because if you're not, I kind of recommend it. It is mostly North American colleagues, but anybody can sign up. And right now, there's a very fascinating discussion going on about unreliability. And these people are total obsessives. It's always great when they start discussing.
And in 2025, there will be a special journal issue of Journal of Narrative Theory, which is on unreliable narratives. 2026, there will be a special journal issue of the same journal on unreliable narratives.
Okay, fantastic.
Great, thank
So
you.
it's a really interesting discussion that's happening now. But what you were saying about unreliability and self-presentation of a liar made me also think about Mark Devenny's notion of political fictions. And I was finding it really interesting listening to you to think that the picaresque narrator presents explicitly as a purveyor of fictions, where dominant fictions try to present as set in stone. I'm always very interested in processes of petrification, things that present as immobile. The picaresque narrator presents fictions as mobile. And I wondered if part of the link with politics then is the mobility of that. So the picaresque nature puts political fictions and other fictions on the table as movable things because we acknowledge them, which then make the dominant fictions that are presenting as set in stone potentially shiftable, potentially movable. I just wondered what you thought about that.
Yes, thank you so much for your comment. And in her presentation, actually mentioned Irving Howe's seminal book, Politics and the Novel, in which author connects the political novel with the picaresque tales. And in his comment, he asserts that the reason why picaresque hero must be understood in political terms is exactly what you said. His the fact that picaresque hero opens up the I think space, new possibilities for social mobility, and exactly this social mobility or vertical mobility is really important, and there is really a lot of literature on this topic. But Andrea and I wanted to connect this social mobility with mobility of language, and we wanted to like investigate this link and try to think about it more.
There is a certain tradition which identifies APONEU's text as a novel, but there is also a tradition which I think is we have to pay attention to it, that denies the possibility of a novel in antiquity.
Yes, of course.
So I would say that it is more a satura, like a satyricon of Petronius, than a real novelistic tale, the Asinosaurus. And then the second thing is, well, all you say about this subject is, in fact, embodied in the etymology of the word person, which is a mask. There is a mask of the Roman actor.
Great. I will note that down. Yes, in fact, we were just, Andrea and I, in our discussion, decided to start from Apuleius' example, because we were following Bachtin's hint on the genesis of adventure novels. So, and the chronotope of picaresque. So that's the reason we decided to take a fullest example. But yes, I definitely agree. We have to be really careful when talking about the Roman novel in this context.
One more context, because I agree with Sarah, is that our project will have to, from time to time, touch the problem of picaresque. So I would think it is really important. Subjects, maybe one of the frames could be useful in reading these picaresque heroes. The question of redundant people. Yes, because sometimes some narratives of picaresque starts with the situation when he loses his mother, father. No one cares for him because he starts his journey, yes, through the whole social spheres, because he occurred to be redundant, yes, abandoned and redundant, yes. So maybe this is one of the frames as well, yes, that would be useful to, yes, to rethink this, yes, this position.
Yes, his position is crucial to us, and the position of the reason why we chose to talk about picaresque hero is the reason for it lies in the fact that we think his position can be compared with the position of woman, in a sense. I will explain what I mean by this. Rancière, two orders, so the order of politics and order of policy, perhaps could be compared to Lacanian two logics. So the logic of policy and logic of politics can be compared with the logics of masculine or male and a feminine or a female. So in Lacanian formulas of sexuation, we can find something that I think it's really important in this context. Politics marks, in Rancière terms, politics marks this failure of policy logic, or in Lacanian terms, we could say that we can see this impossibility, this rupture in the symbolic order. So politics and political position, the feminine position and the position of Picaro is same in this, that it just functions as the position that marks the failure of symbolic order, the failure or the impossibility of representation. I'm not sure if I have to elaborate on this or.
Thanks for that answer, because I had been sitting there the whole time wondering if there can be a picara.
Yes,
and it, nominally, of course, it's always masculine. And I was then, and forgive me, my Rancière is limited, so I wonder whether, when you were talking, I was wondering whether gender remained an order that didn't get transformed by the kinds of jumps that you were seeing Picaro do. So I guess my question is, can there be a feminine picaresque hero?
It exists. There are numerous examples of picara in world literature. The most famous is Flanders and so on. So we can talk about, but the thing about picara, I think it's. I would answer your question saying that we are interested in this structural parallelism between the position of woman as half an outsider in Lacanian terms, and the position of the picaresque hero. So we will have to read and think about it maybe in a context of women characters. Mm-hmm.
I think related to the question of the feminine, Picard is also a dimension of traveling, which is also important for Picaro, who is perhaps not only not that much directly disrupting order, but traveling between orders. I was reminded listening to you, and also when I heard the questions of previous questions of Alain Badiou's short study on, or essay in the French original, there's a different title in German, and I think in English translation it seems to read something like "The Attempt to Spoil the Youth," and he speaks there of a feminine character or woman as the subject that always carries two bags in her hands, because she's always commuting between tribes, families, you know, she's always the one who's changing places and always on the go. And that's why she's problematic, because she does not abide by the law of one. So perhaps there's also like, because we will also have in the project this dimension of traveling knowledge, which is important. So perhaps that's also another topic or another point to think about.
Great. Thank you so much. I think it can be connected to Badiou's use of the Lacanian concept of not all, pas tout, and that embodies this feminine logic of sexuation. Yes, this is the logic of politics, the logic of rupture. Yes, but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we come to the second talk of the first section on individual subjects and against collectivity. Let me introduce you Paul Stewart. Paul Stewart is a professor of the Department of Languages and Literature at the University of Nicosia. His research interests focused on the works and the influence of Samuel Beckett on narrative forms and their political implications, and sex and identity. He published 2 monographs on Beckett, Sex and Aesthetics in Samuel Beckett's Works in 2011, and Zone of Evaporation, Samuel Beckett's Disjunctions, published in 2006, and he edited 1 volume with the title Pop Beckett, Beckett and Popular Culture, and he's currently editing 1 more volume on Beckett and 21st century fiction. But Paul is not only a literary scholar, but he also is a literary author. He published 3 novels, one called Now Then in 2014, Of People and Things in 2019, and one with the beautiful title The Book of Paul in 2022. And of course, I have to ask you the question that was the question that started off last night's discussion with the authors. I have to ask you, are these novels political novels? But that was perhaps something that we can discuss on the other occasion. Now you give a talk on the subject, the individual and incorporation, fundamental operations of the political in Beckett's Molloy. Okay, and here's the difference. Is the different title? Okay.
Yeah, the original title was far too ambitious, so I'm basically looking at half of my abstract, if you see it in the first half. So looking at the asocial, the state, and quite a bit of violence. The novel Molloy consists of 2 first-person narratives, that of Molloy as he journeys towards his mother, and that of Moran, a private detective who is sent by a mysterious agency to track down Molloy for reasons that are unclear even to Moran. And both men are writing their accounts, and the questionable facility of writing forms a constant thread in both narratives, and both narratives can also be seen as failed quests. Molloy never reaches his mother, and Moran never tracks down Molloy. Although he increasingly comes to resemble Molloy, in the collapse of his social relations and identity. Whether through ignorance or temperament, Molloy repeatedly refuses to be identified or to enter into social relations. In the figure of Moran, one can see how a bourgeois identity, buttressed by home, possessions, and socially sanctioned positions, is dismantled, leaving Moran to wonder if, in his final decrepit state, he is not in fact more free than he was before. So I'll just try and cut to the chase here a bit and look at this in a few instances where I think these things start to come together. Molloy, for example, is detained by the police for some transgression of, quote, public order, public decency, when resting with his bicycle and crutches as he enters into an unnamed town. His interactions with the police are, of course, far from satisfactory. First, he cannot produce the ID that the officer demands. Your papers, he cried. Ah, my papers. Now, the only papers I carry with me are bits of newspaper to wipe myself, you understand, when I have a stool. Oh, I don't say I wipe myself every time I have a stool, no, but I like to be in a position to do so, if I have to. Nothing strange about that, it seems to me. In a panic, I took this paper from my pocket and thrust it under his nose. The threatening superior officer at the station who interrogates Molloy is finally rewarded for his pains by a discovery that I had no papers, in the sense that word had a sense for him, nor any occupation, nor any domicile, that my surname escaped me for the moment, and that I was on my way to mother, whose charity kept me dying. So despite breaking the law by not having any ID, Molloy is let go to resume his wanderings. Picaresque is I think, apt here as well. Leaving him to wonder, were they of the opinion that it was useless to prosecute me? To apply the letter of the law to a creature like me is not an easy matter. It can be done, but reason is against it. So Molloy evades the law and police by being beneath their notice. He is a creature without home or job or perhaps even family. As he presents himself as not of the state does not feel obliged to recognize him, even when recognition would be in the form of punishment. So Molloy's refusal or inability to account for himself before the state in a manner that the state finds acceptable is one of the many instances in his narrative through which he manages to remain separate from forms of social relation. This asocial nature did not escape the censure of Lukács. In the ideology of modernism, Lukács famously included Beckett among the modernists whom he felt had abandoned both the form and purpose of literature. The, quote, modernist anti-realism, as exemplified by Joyce, Kafka, and Beckett's Molloy, reveals its ideology, according to Lukács, through the formal nature of its works. And it's an ideology based on the ontological view governing the image of man as by nature solitary, asocial, unable to enter into relationships with other human beings. A characterization of Molloy which I think with which few would disagree. Such ontological solipsism for Lukács negates the very basis of literature's connection with the real world, and as man is defined as an Aristotelian zoon belidigon, is unable to answer, quote, the basic question of all literature, what is man? So in contrast, the individual of modernism is, for Lukács, irredeemably alone, fragmented, and, quote, as inexplicable to others as to himself, as psychopathology replaces social personality. And this flight into psychopathology might be a protest against alienation, capitalization, the catastrophe of post-1914, but that protest is futile, apparently, because it, quote, contains no concrete criticism. If literature is to have an impact as protest, if it's to intervene in the political, then Lukács is very clear that it must include in any protest against particular social conditions, those conditions themselves must have central place. I think he's right. So Beckett's work is unable, according to Lukács, and ideologically unwilling to enter into a political relation with the world, as it might be said to abstract particular social conditions and stress the psychopathology of its protagonists. So Beckett's work effectively negates the possibility of literary intervention in the political, and this, for PRAKASH and those of his mind, would amount to the negation of art as such. Now, Beckett's rejection of the social in Molloy can be seen through a variety of prisms, but I want to focus on the question of how violence is deployed and how this connects with the political. Despite a reputation for quietism, Beckett's works are actually pretty full of moments of violence. You might like to draw a distinction between acts of violence against representative of the state and those acts of violence against the individual. For example, Mercier and Camier, in the novel that bears their name, beat a policeman to death. And you can easily see that as violence directed towards not only the man, but the political institutions for which the policeman acts. But the case of Molloy and a lonely charcoal burner, or Moran and a stranger in the woods whom he beats to a pulp, the link between the man accosted and the political is less easy to discern. It might appear to be an attack directed only at the man, and on that account, a seemingly irrational eruption of violence. But I want to argue that acts against state representatives are no different in kind to acts against the individual, as they're both a reaction against sociality itself, and therefore against the very foundations of the political in the Aristotelian concept of the polis. Willfully and violently, Molloy and Moran exclude themselves from the political as it's currently framed. So I want to take a point of entry here, an instance when a social worker or a charity worker offers Molloy an apparent kindness in the police station. In this room full of, quote, dark forms crowding in a dark place, Molloy is initially ignored. They paid no attention to me, he says, and I repaid the compliment. Until, quote, a big fat woman dressed in black, or rather in mauve, rises up before him with a charitable offering of a cup of tea and a slice of bread. She, obviously, does pay attention to Molloy, who then offers the following advice. Let me tell you this. When social workers offer you, free, gratis, and for nothing, something to hinder you from swooning, which with them is an obsession, it is useless to recoil. They will pursue you to the ends of the earth, the vomitory in their hands. The Salvation Army is no better. Against a charitable gesture, there is no defense that I know of. You sink your head, you put out your hands, all trembling, twined together, and you say, thank you, lady, thank you, kind lady. Panic-stricken at this moment, he then flings the cup and saucer across the room. Now, I've quoted this at length because the phrasing here I think is quite important. Swooning, we notice, is a benefit which the charitable act hinders. The charity works of the world, for whom Molloy would probably wish to recoil in horror, pursue their charitable targets, as if police in pursuit of a miscreant. Finally, the defenseless target of the charitable gesture has no option but to adopt an identifiable position of supplication and degradation, when all he wanted was to remain as one dark form amongst other dark forms to whom no one paid attention. So Molloy is being identified here and expected to act as if he were one of the excluded of the world. The charitable act identifies Molloy as part of a group that needs charity. They need, i.e. that needs their marginal status addressed if inclusion is to be successful. Now, the Charity Commission of the UK has rather helpfully provided guidelines for charities wishing to foster social inclusion. Its terms, no doubt laudable, perhaps suffer from a certain deafness towards implications for figures such as Molloy. So, social exclusion is defined there as the phenomenon where particular people have no recognition by, or voice, or stake in the society in which they live. The causes of social exclusion are multiple and usually appear connected with factors affecting a person or community's social or economic circumstances, where the effect prevents people from participating fully in society. And there are a number of assumptions going on here. Firstly, that those who are marginalized wish to be recognized by the society in which they already live. Molloy, for example, does not want to be recognized, and yet no alternative seems possible. Secondly, the desirability of being included is never in doubt, as exclusion prevents people from social participation, thus making society the good from which exclusion is bad. So the assumption that society is the good permeates throughout the Charity Commission's guidelines on how to draft charities' charitable aims. They offer, amongst others, the following examples about promoting social exclusion, with the stress there on to integrate into society, assisting them to integrate into society. And again, here we see something very similar, and again, it's the integrate into society I'd like to stress there. So the examples given in the guidelines underline the public benefit of the charitable act. Indeed, that's a legal requirement in the UK, whereby every organisation set up for one or more charitable aims must be able to demonstrate these aims are for the public benefit if it is to be recognised and registered as a charity in England and Wales. Although that does not, I don't think, cover private schools like Eton. Yeah, I don't know how they got past that one. Anyway. So, if the charitable act is meant to help an individual, it can only achieve charitable status if a wider social benefit accrues. Indeed, the need to prove public benefit suggests that the society is the prior term to which those excluded must integrate. And on that basis, we go back to Aristotle. For Aristotle, as Lugács emphasizes, man is a political animal by nature, but the polis comes before the man. I keep using the term man because that's the terms that they're written in, sorry. The state has, this is Aristotle, has a natural priority over the household, and any individual among us, for the whole must be prior to the part. It is clear then that the state is both natural and prior to the individual. So only man's relation to the state, his membership of it and his function within it, warrant his identification as a man. However, this assertion is tempered in the politics by a distinction between man and the limits of man. It follows that the state belongs to the class of objects which exist by nature, and that man is by nature a political animal. Anyone who by his nature and not simply by ill luck has no state is either too bad or too good, either subhuman or superhuman. So the superhuman is one who is entirely self-sufficient and therefore has no need of the support of the state and no need of the social. He appears as a god beyond all man-made structures. The subhuman is illustrated by the animal and the slave, neither of whom, quote, participate in happiness nor in a life that involves choice. So if the state is arranged to achieve, quote, the good life, both communally and individually, then the slave, who can have no access to happiness, cannot be a member of the state by definition, nor can he or she participate in a defining characteristic of the members of the state, which is, quote, to be able to rule and be ruled well. So there's an apparent reciprocity to this notion of the good citizen, as although one is ruled over, one may also go on to rule at some point, as if being subjugated gave access to sovereignty and power in the long run. So Molloy, we should remember, started himself as a creature rather than as a man when faced with the rule of law, effectively making himself unable to rule and unable to be ruled well. So what I'm suggesting here is that Molloy's violent reaction to the social worker calls into question a number of assumptions about the state and the individual. He has no desire to be included in the state, and yet in order for the public benefit of inclusion to occur, he must adopt an identifiable position as an excluded individual, as if his individuality were itself paradoxically dependent on him belonging to a group. On a more theoretical level, Habermas has characterized this process of inclusion through individualization as one in which a member of organizations, as a participant in systems, the individual who is seized by inclusion is simply subjected to another kind of dependence. And he goes on to quote Beck, claiming that with individualization, many associate individuation, which equals becoming a person, which equals uniqueness, which equals emancipation. This might be right, but so might the contrary. And it's the contrary that I see in operation in Molloy. And it's against this that Molloy's and Moran's violence is often directed. So, on the face of it, Molloy's possible murder of a charcoal burner might seem far, it's one of the best bits in the book. He's on his crutches, but he still manages to figure out how to beat someone to death just by swinging backwards and forwards on his crutches and having a good go at it. Quite proud of himself at that point. This possible murder of the charcoal burner might seem far removed from concerns of the political and the social, and seem to be more of a chance encounter between two individuals. But what's precisely at stake, I think, is this notion of entering into a social relation. The charcoal burner, living there in the woods by himself, offers Molloy shelter, begging him to share his hut. And needless to say, Molloy does not take this to be an act of kindness. Moreover, from the perspective of society, this social relation will be between two people that appear to be excluded. They are literally removed from the state in that the crippled Molloy is lost in the woods, and the charcoal burner, who Molloy speculates must have been born in the woods, has no idea how to get to the nearest town, the nearest forest. So like a dark Arden, the forest is a site of exclusion. So if we imagine Molloy accepting this offer of shelter, then a little commune of the dispossessed on the margins of society will ensue. And it's the very similarity between the two figures of Molloy and the charcoal burner that's dangerous. It is perhaps for this reason that Molloy's act of violence is an assertion not of impotence, but of potency. People imagine, he says, because you're old, poor, crippled, terrified, that you can't stand up for yourself, and generally speaking, that is so. But given favourable conditions, a feeble and awkward assailant in your own class, and a lonely place, and you have a good chance of showing what stuff you're made of. And it's doubtless in order to revive this possibility, too often forgotten, that I've delayed over an incident that is of no interest in itself, like all that has a moral, which is probably quite a good lesson for all of us, isn't it? Here, Molloy's violence is an utter rejection of sameness based on marginalization. He and the charcoal burner may be of the same class, but he does not accept this basis for some sort of social relation. Rather, this act of violence, violent assertion, seems to me to be saying that he will not accept the prescribed role of the unfortunate in need of recuperation and reintegration. He asserts his difference and does so with extreme, possibly murderous violence. And Moran's murder of yet another stranger in the woods, different woods, shares many of the attributes I've already laid out here. If Molloy, from the perspective of society, is one of the marginalized, then Moran is rapidly becoming one too. He's becoming physically denuded, his relation with his son is breaking down, and he wanders in the woods not knowing how to achieve his goal. Once again, the similarity of the two figures of Moran and the stranger emphasized. The face, which I regret to say vaguely resembled my own, less the refinement, of course, same little abortive moustache, same little ferrety eyes, same paraphymosis of the nose, and a thin red mouth that looked as if it was raw from trying to shit its tongue. As Molloy in his zone of dark forms in the police station, so here the stranger emerged from an inchoate space, a dim man, dim of face and body because of the dark, that gradually becomes individuated. In due course, Moran's violence is activated by a rather ambiguous gesture from the stranger. He, quote, thrust his hand at me. And although thrust suggests a certain amount of aggression, one must remember that this is Moran's characterization, and what might be described here as something like an open hand or an offer of a handshake. So no matter what the stranger's intention, Moran's reaction, whilst veiled within the text because he does not want to give way to literature, he says, is extremely brutal. He pulps the man's face with such brutality that only later does he come across a stray ear whilst looking for his keys, the loss of which is also an indication of Moran's further estrangement from society. And crucially, this extreme violence means that the stranger, quote, no longer resembled Moran. So, the Moran and Molloy violence, I want to argue, is a violence against a certain sameness upon which a nascent sense of identification and society might be built. In terms of the politics of inclusion, this is a rejection of even the most basic and apparently innocent forms of assimilation on an interpersonal level. Finally, though, I just want to question why violence, and murderous violence at that, is necessary in this context. It would seem certainly to go against what I suspect many might consider to be the more quietist attributes of Molloy in particular. He's a very inoffensive figure, it seems. But this assertion of extreme violence by those marginalized or becoming marginalized might best be considered from the perspective of Agamben's concept of the homo sacer, particularly in the manner in which the claim to violence might seem to upset Agamben's analysis of how sovereign power is initiated and maintained. This will be my final sort of section. So Agamben sees the paradoxical figure of the homo sacer from archaic Roman law as the basis of state power, inasmuch as this bare life is declared to be unfit for ritual sacrifice, and yet anyone who kills the homo sacer will not be guilty of murder, homicide. As Agamben explains at some length, but it's quite important to do this. So what defines the status of the homo saceris, therefore, is not the originary ambivalence of the sacredness that is assumed to belong to him, but rather both the particular character of the double exclusion into which he is taken and the violence to which he finds himself exposed. This violence, the unsanctionable killing that, in his case, anyone may commit, so anyone can kill this figure without any punitive action, is classifiable neither as sacrifice nor as homicide, neither as the execution of a condemnation to death nor as sacrilege. Subtracting itself from the sanctioned forms of both the human and divine law, the violence opens a sphere of human action that is neither the sphere of sacrum facere nor that of profane action. So the sphere of action that Agamben identifies as, quote, the sovereign sphere in which political power is legitimated, thus suggesting that this creation of bare life, those who may be killed but not sacrificed, is, quote, the originary activity of sovereignty, and that life, quote, exposed to death, bare life or sacred life, is the originary political element. So this paradoxically marginal figure, homo sacer, is excluded under the threat of murderous violence, that, as the state claims that violence, will not be murder at all. And as it cannot be sacrificed, the figure is also excluded from divine law. So as Agamben emphasizes, this amounts to the state founding its sovereignty on the assertion of who can be killed and who cannot, and the creation of bare life that can be killed with impunity. Hence, as Agamben put the first foundation of political life is a life that may be killed, which is politicized through its very capacity to be killed. So the homo sacer, and Agamben points to those interned in concentration camps and to modern refugees, is the fulcrum upon which sovereignty depends. His entire existence is reduced to a bare life, stripped of every right by virtue of the fact that anyone can kill him without committing homicide. He can save himself only in perpetual flight or a foreign land. And yet he is in a continuous relationship with the power that banished him, precisely insofar as he is at every instant exposed to an unconditioned threat of death. He is pure Zoe, but his Zoe is as such caught in the sovereign ban and must reckon with it at every moment, finding the best way to elude or deceive it. In this sense, no life, as exiles and bandits know well, is more political than this, in his phone. So this description sounds possibly very much like the habitual way of viewing Beckett's characters, Molloy and Moran amongst them. They're excluded, they're in perpetual flight and exile, harassed by the very forces of power which they want to avoid. But I think Molloy's and Moran's act of murderous violence take on an added significance in this regard. Rather than accepting the identity of a homo sacer figure, a defenseless, marginalized bare life against whom violence, death is threatened, Molloy and Moran lay claim to violent action themselves. If they are political figures, they are so in that they refuse to accept the violent premises of exclusion and inclusion on which the political, as it's currently framed, depends. They may be figures of bare life, but in their murderous violence, they assert that they will not be the mere victims of sovereignty's original forces. They will not take part in the creation or legitimation of a political realm. Thank you.
Carl, I will promise not to talk to you tomorrow on the early flight for 3.5 hours. So I'm going to take the opportunity. I would like you to, well, I accept and I like what you say. I would like you to expand a little more on Lukasz's comment on Beckett, that he's engaged in psychopathology rather than interventions, political and so on, because I found that your quotations from the Charity Commission, the promotion of social inclusion, actually points exactly at the definition, the defining characteristics which make exclusion easier rather than inclusion. I mean, you had this slide like this. So then Beck's quotation that it's actually the opposite which is happening. Right up to, I wrote down the word because Tomek yesterday, Tomek, pay attention. Tomek yesterday mentioned the idea of the individual. So it's not so much, when I was listening, and as far as I know, Molloy, it's not much so much about psychopathology, it's rather the presentation of these individual characters, porous, expendable, easy to be excluded, except that, as you said, Molloy probably does this on purpose, or he prefers to be the excluded one. That's it, just a comment.
I think terms like psychopathology are always directed at people rather than being something that people would necessarily embrace themselves. You know, you don't go around saying, I am a psychopathological, you know, it's not something that we tend to do. So I think that sort of act is defining, you know, you're defining those people within a group. You know, you are the psychopaths over there. Let's you know, treat you in a certain way. So I'd go along with that. My sense of this is, I mean, there's another level that I haven't got into here, which is you use the word porous, the porous nature of Molloy and Moran, where, by the way, that porous nature often makes you think that Moran is turning into Molloy, and you know, Moran is actually in some sense the same figure as Molloy. So it's an incredibly porous situation, and so by undermining or boring holes into that sense of the individual, also on the level of the form of the novel, you know, so things bleeding into each other. I think there's a lot of work towards unpicking that notion of the social as being dependent on the individual and on the individual actor and the individual agency. And yeah, it's that sort of, if that makes any sense, I'm not sure it does, but yes, I think that would be my response to that. It's porous, deliberately porous, or just it's, yes, I think most of Beckett's characters have enough nous to have moved away from identifiable social positions. It's not entirely true of all of them, because some of them are just, you're not dead sure why they're there. So I'm not sure how much agency there is in that removing myself from society. But yeah, that'd be how I look at that.
Thanks, Paul. I want to pick up on Beckett's use of the word class, because it seems to me his use doesn't marry with any of my senses of that word. And I don't want to patronize you and run through all of those, but I think the essence of it for me is a notion of class consciousness, where your actions serve yourself and those who you occupy a class with. By definition, it's about some sense of the collective, and that needn't be kind of a natural state like Aristotle's state, but it could be composed in the tradition of a kind of Italian Marxism, where class is constantly being reconstituted by delimiting who can be counted as a member of that class. And that would seem to speak to the kinds of definitions of politics that we've heard being talked about through someone like ROSSIE. So I just don't, for me, that the use of that word in that context seems like a kind of malapropism, that he's not of the same class by virtue of the fact that Molloy murders him. Right. He refuses affinity, and therefore refuses class as a basis for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an astute point, and one I'd go along with to a great degree, actually. There's a remarkable moment in one of Beckett's short stories, I think it's in The Expelled, where he comes across this is one of the few sort of hugely political moments in Beckett's, obviously political moments. This speaker who's trying to rally up some sort of class consciousness. He's obviously of the left, and the speaker in the street just points at the protagonist and said, "Look at him there, the poor bedraggled man," and he's going like, "What? I don't know." So again, that sort of refusal to tie themselves into class consciousness in that sort of way. That's what I think is really one of the major parts of Beckett's thinking about the political is, I'm not going to do it on the basis that we've done it for the past 150 years. I'm not going to go into class struggle. I think the way that things have been framed, not me, but the way things have been framed are unsatisfactory. So we need to unpick all these identifications, all these categorizations, if we're going to reframe the individual's relationship to the social. So yes, it is a malapropism, but I think it's quite a deliberate malapropism. You call it class, I'm not going there, sort of thing, from Beckett. Maybe.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing these two papers together, because they work so well alongside each other, and they raise all sorts of really exciting questions about the novel in its historical traditions as well, because bringing Molloy into the context of the picaresque, just was making me think about that whole novel tradition. And I love that point, from the last paper about the picaresque and its disruptiveness, and novels which espouse a clear position, lose that inherent disruptiveness, which is so possible within a literary form. And then when you were saying, Paul, about refusing integration into society, or showing us, I thought very powerfully, that the sort of constructed nature, if you like, of that social goal of integration, then that just made me think all about those 19th century novels. I always think of that as how you would you know, a label that you put on the Bildungsroman.
Yes, exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
it culminates in integration into society. So to think about that also is engaging, you know, in the construction of political fictions, I thought was something that this, you know, glance at Beckett's novel really brought up. And I don't know whether you were thinking that as well.
Definitely. I mean, the whole sort of building. I was doing some work on this a few years ago, and the whole sort of tradition of there's a very good book by Patrick Bixby called Beckett and the Post-Colonial Novel, or something like that. Anyway, he makes the point that with something like Murphy from 36, 38, written 36, published 38, can be read as like a failed Bildungsroman, in which Murphy moves over to London and fails to integrate into society and gets, you know, blown up in a toilet by a gas explosion. And can't be identified after he gets burnt to a crisp, apart from a birthmark on his arse. And it's like that failure of integration that I think is part of Beckett's ongoing project with undoing Bildungsroman. And if you look at late Beckett, something like Company, 1980, is a deliberate sort of, well, the way I see it, is kind of a deliberate gesturing towards notions of the Bildungsroman. But the last word of it is alone. You know, I've made it all up for Company, but in fact I am alone. So that denying the assimilatory drive that the novel has, which does happen in the picaresque as well. So I think it's important that those two elements are sort of there, and that wanderingness, that nature of wandering that so many of Beckett's characters have in the novels anyway, or in how it is, whether they're dragging themselves through the mud, it's very painful, very slow, but it's still wandering, is I think a very important part of that. So the picaresque tradition, I think, is a really important one. That I see traces of that in Beckett's work very strongly. Yeah. Yeah.
I have a follow-up remark to the class question. I think that maybe it's a kind of nerdy digression, but I get suspicious every time a charcoal burner encounters me in literature, because in early 19th century German literature, in Romanticism, late Romanticism, there are lots of charcoal burners, Köhler, and every time you encounter a Köhler in Romanticism, in late Romantic literature, it's gonna be, you have to read it as a Chiffre as a translation of the Italian Carbonari. And the Carbonari, they are essentially the revolutionaries of that time, and the conspirators. So you have to read it as a chiffre of a socialist revolutionary, which fits to your. But then again, because of this translational thing, you know, you have to know that the Köhler is a Carbonari, and you have to know that the Carbonari is a kind of everything the Köhler says. You have to read it as coded language. Right. There's always a double meaning in everything the Köhler says. They pretend to be naive, but on the other side, they are the conspirators. So maybe there's a double meaning in the charcoal burner.
It really wouldn't surprise me. I mean, Beckett was fluent in Italian and spent most of spent years in Germany as well. I'm fluent in German, so it wouldn't surprise me that he's got that on his mind. Yes, and there's a doubleness as well with the charcoal burner, because it seems there's hints there that this is almost like a, how can I put it? There's a desire to have a homosexual relationship embedded in his approaches as well. So it's a multi-layered sort of offer. There's lots of agendas going on with that charcoal burner, I think. And now you've just added another one. So yeah, I'll go for that. Yeah.
Well, I'm developing this as I speak, so forgive me if it doesn't quite work. But I felt slightly uncomfortable listening to the paper, as you would reading Beckett. But the discomfort was, I think, with the way the paper was structured in terms of how you defined the political, using Aristotle and Agamben. And having defined the political in those terms, you can then characterize the novel in the way in which you did. So I would want to reverse the argument. What happens if you begin with a different characterization of the political? What happens perhaps if you begin with Beckett, not with Beckett, with ROSSIE, or some feminist traditions, where you begin with the excluded, you begin with that which cannot be recognized, cannot be seen. Habermas writes this terrible book called The Inclusion of the Other, as the basis for a politics. I mean, it's absurd that that would be the basis of a politics. But it seems to me you read the political almost in Habermasian, Aristotelian, quasi-Agambian terms. That allows you to characterize Beckett in a certain way. And then it leaves me with the question, well, what's it? You gestured at the end towards another politics. What would that be? And how might one begin to think positively as opposed to the critique of
Yes.
that?
Yeah. Okay.
So where I'm interested in where you ended and what happens if you begin somewhere else?
Well, the reason why I wanted to take the Aristotelian approach is because of Lugash's sort of refusal that there's any way that Beckett can be political, you know, on his terms. And that's what I was interested in, because it seems to be that those sort of terms, because they're based on Aristotle, fail to take into account this relationship between the individual and the state and how those two function together, and the priority of the state, which I want to question, and which I think Beckett wants to question. But I don't think Beckett makes a gesture, well, does anything beyond gesturing towards a positivity to all this. It's very much a critique, and he's very worried. I mean, this goes across all Beckett's thinking, not just in terms of the political, but in terms of aesthetics as well, about the subject-object relation and how that does not work, or there's a possessiveness in that subject-object relation which needs to be resisted. And he does that on aesthetic levels, he does it on I think, on interpersonal levels as well. So I don't think Beckett would give you a basis on which to build a positive new politics. Yes.
Begins with subject as object.
Yes, I think Adorno would be very useful. Yeah. Well, I mean, what's odd is that you get a number of people making Beckett this positive. Leo Bassani does it when he's thinking about the homoness. He says Beckett, and of course Deleuze uses Beckett in a similar sort of. But the way that Deleuze uses Beckett is about, here is a you know, a fragmented, porous man, you know, body without organs sort of figure, but doesn't sort of build on top of that. He uses Beckett as an example rather than something that can move forward. So I think that's interesting. Yeah.
Sorry, my thoughts around this are also still a bit scattered.
Sure.
I found the talk fascinating.
Thank you.
But slightly relating, I think, to Mark's comment as well, I wondered if you might be able to speak a bit about the place of gender in these texts, because it struck me that there's a conspicuous absence of women in all of the texts, including to some extent Agamben, I think, and that although the figure that you address is deeply socially subversive, if there might not be a certain reproduction of the seemingly genderless kind of male citizen that was envisioned in Enlightenment thinking by presenting the subversive figure as also.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time with my last book on sex and aesthetics in Beckett. I spent a lot of time thinking about this. Of course, Molloy at one stage says he could be known as Molloy, life without chambermaid, because he refers to a possible relationship that he had with a chambermaid who might have borne him a son, but he sort of says, there was this woman, but no, there wasn't. So it's like, and then with there's a central relationship where Molloy recalls a relationship with maybe a woman, and we need to put it quite delicately, because he's never convinced whether this person with whom he had sex was male or female. So he speculates that that she, and she does use the word she, grasped her testicles in order to move them to one side. So, sorry, I'm going to have to do diagrams now about how this would work. So he's never convinced whether he's actually had a relationship with a woman. But as he points out, he would have had a relationship with a goat to make himself know what love was. So there are some, yeah, it's a bit disturbing, really. These exclusionary, and one thing that needs to be factored in is that Beckett's early works, say, Murphy, Dream of Fair to Middling Women, are rampantly misogynist. I mean, really bad. It's only, moving through when you get into the sort of early, middle period that he starts to unpick those sort of notions. So there is the traditional account of the female in Beckett's novels, the traditional critical account, which I think is mistaken, is that the female is hindering the male, tying him down, dragging him back into some sort of social which he doesn't want to. I think that's mistaken, but there are troubling aspects to it, certainly.
I'm a bit provoked by Mark and by some of the remarks about charity, this document, because I was thinking that I read Molloy like 10 years ago, so maybe some scenes I don't remember, but you mentioned his writing activities of some kind, and there was this Jean Laplanche idea that the other is enigmatic signifier. So in some sense, Molloy is enigmatic signifier as well, yes? It means, and Laplanche's idea was that the other is so important because you cannot digest it, you cannot convert it into meaning, right?
Right.
And this is why it is a bit annoying, yes? This is disgusting, yes? It means maybe the way Molloy character is elaborated, yes, during the story as well as many other characters in Beckettian writings, right? And I mentioned that because I mean the Laplanche idea was, and it was this communal project that maybe could be considered, yes, that's those subjects whose primordial seduction was this other as enigmatic signifier, they never stand on their own, yes?
Right.
They always need to have a helpful arm of the other, yes? And they are leaning to each other, yes? You understand that this is, for me, very Beckettian situation, yes? Those people who cannot stand on their own, yes? And maybe this is how this community can be. I mean, Molloy, yes? He's defining the conditions, yes, why and how he can lean on the other's arm, right? So maybe when he's contesting this helpful gesture towards him, right? Yeah. But maybe there is something more, yes, the community that to be traced here is the community of all these people, yes, that cannot stand on their own, yes, and they have to help others to arm, yes, to stand.
Well, there's a couple of things with that. I think maybe the move into theatre makes that a bit clearer when he starts writing plays. At the same time roughly as he's writing Molloy, a bit later. So the image there of helpfulness, but then he, I think is active in the theatre more than in the novels. But then I don't want to make Beckett. I don't want to recover Beckett for a positive project. I think that would be, a mistake. I'd like to keep him on the negative side of things. We're not going to get a community. It's not going to be nice. Everything's going to be awful. Get used to it. Sort of approach, I'm afraid.
How are we approaching it this last?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to our next session. My name is Kyung-ho Cha and I welcome you to our next talk. It's now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, SHAMBHAVI PRAKASH, who is a member of the Global Advisory Board. SHAMBHAVI is assistant professor in the School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, India. Her research areas include travel literature, memory studies, cultural studies, and film studies. Her research focuses on the poetics of knowledge, the intersections of anthropology and history with literary and cinematic media, and on aesthetic strategies as challenges to normative discourses. In her recent work, she has explored political protest and music in northern India, documentary representations of exile and refugees in the context of Jewish migration to Shanghai during World War II, and African and Asian refugees seeking asylum in Germany in the 21st century. Of her publications, I would like to mention two anthologies that are directly related to our Government and Citizenship, Histories and Memories of Exclusion from 2020, which is a volume on cultural citizenship and narratives of belonging and exclusion, and Vistapan Smriti or Sanskritik Nagritka from 2023, which is a volume of translation into Hindi of selected seminal texts on memory studies from various European languages. Shambhavi, it is wonderful that you are here in Berlin. The title of your talk is Reading Hubert Fichte's Literary Works as Political. We are looking forward to your talk.
Thanks very much. Very happy to be here, and thank you to all the CAPONEU colleagues for such a warm welcome, to Zrinka and Ivana especially, and to Sarah for putting me in touch with them. So I'm going to speak today also a less ambitious version of my abstract. So I'm going to focus on one of the novels rather than many, as I had hoped to do. I'm going to speak today about reading Hubert Fichte's literary works as political by focusing on one of his early novels. So best known for his poetic, ethnographic, and autobiographical writings of the 60s, 70s, and early 80s, Hubert Fichte was born in 1935 in Perleburg as a half-Jew, illegitimate child to a Jewish father and a Protestant mother who worked as a souffleuse in various theaters in Hamburg. Having never known his father, who went into exile early on to Sweden, Fichte was sent for a year by his mother to a Catholic orphanage in 1942 in order to save him from Nazi persecution. These experiences later formed the basis of his first novel, Das Waisenhaus, for which he received the Hermann Hesse Prize in 1965. During and right after the war, Fichte worked at Thalia and other theaters in Hamburg, for which he dropped out of gymnasium in 10th grade, later completing a diploma in agrarian sciences and working in France in Provence for a year. Fichte's marginal identity after the war also continued to inform his work through the representation of queer desires. His early novels, such as Das Waisenhaus, Detlefs Imitation und Grünspan, Die Palette, Versuch über die Pubertät, engage with his childhood, his homosexuality, and the subcultures of Hamburg's red light districts, along with his travel experiences outside of Europe. Fichte was keenly interested in the sexual subcultures and syncretic religious practices found in Caribbean, South American, and African communities, where he frequently traveled in the 1970s with his photographer life partner, Leonora Mao, and his works weave in these experiences in his novels, radio plays, as well as other literary works such as Shango and Peterselie. At the time of his death, due to leukemia complicated by AIDS, in 1986, Fichte's multi-volume unfinished project, Geschichte der Empfindlichkeit, was not yet published, but has since been brought out by Fischer Verlag. Fichte was avowedly political in many of his public standpoints, and while his works engage with many of the political happenings of the time, including in the countries he visited, he also rejected the political as the goal of literature. However, it is in the blurring of boundaries that Fichte's works stage something new and allow for a kind of porousness, a permeability that can be read as political. His literary works, which have been described as autobiographical and as poetic ethnographies, blur the distinctions between the autobiographical and the ethnographic, the self and the other, the exotic and the everyday, the real and fictional, individual and collective, present and past, the external and internal words, and between science and poesy. This is evident both in the themes and the strategies of representation, as can be seen in Detlev's Imitation und Grünspan, one of his early novels from 1971, which I will be focusing on today. There are several ways in which Fichte's aesthetic strategies allow for a reading of his literature as political. For example, his use of excess to challenge normative themes and topics, or where he lays bare desires which are both implicated in and challenge power relations. My paper today focuses instead on his descriptions of war, which has taken on a renewed significance in present-day Europe. The starting point for the novel Detlev's Imitation und Grünspan is prompted by 8-year-old Detlev's experience of the 1943 Allied air raids on Hamburg. What he encounters after these bombings are ruins of the physical world around him, as the already tenuous sense of normalcy is destroyed, with collapsed buildings, buried neighbors, disappeared playmates, and the silence of the dead animals of Hagenbeck Tier Park. Even though this confrontation with the nichts, nothingness, is not the first one that Detlev has experienced, it certainly permeates the rest of the novel, especially his adult figure, Jackie. This confrontation, however, does not aim to make whole what has been lost, nor does it try to glue the pieces back together. Instead, how this experience is confronted in the novel is through fragments that reflect each other like shards of a broken mirror, whose aim it is to not only mutually contest, but also to resist the authority of a unifying discourse. It is in the process of investigating ruins and interrogating them through fragments that Fichte shatters the continuity usually associated with autobiography. My paper today focuses on how these ruins and fragments function in Detlev's imitations. Fichte's juxtaposition of fictional figures based on his biography with documentary evidence, film excerpts, letters, and interviews shatters the conjunction of reality, memory, thus questioning the notion of unity, continuity. In doing so, he presents a vision of recollection based on fragmentation, drawing attention to a blurring of boundaries between the self and the other, and creating a porousness that allows different perspectives to permeate in a manner that does not let a single autobiographical voice dominate. In Detlev's imitations, ruins can be read as a kind of collapse, which signify a movement beyond the subject's control, while ruins could be seen as a wholeness fallen apart or the remains of a system. Fragments instead resist wholeness and system altogether. Detlev's imitations is divided into 144 untitled sections of varying lengths, which randomly move between the perspectives of the child figure Detlev and the adult figure Jackie. The novel depicts Detlev's time period and experiences up to the end of the war and the beginning of his puberty. It describes his everyday experiences during the war in Hamburg, his relation with his mother and grandparents, his first sexual experiences, and his experiences as a child actor in the theater. At the same time, there is the character of the older Jackie in the novel. Jackie is bisexual and researches the bombing raids on Hamburg in Hamburg state archives and libraries around 1968, the same ones that Detlev also experienced. These two levels, with Detlev and his double character Jackie, often overlap in the novel. For the purposes of this paper, I will be focusing on the Hamburg air raids today and the forms and strategies that Fichte uses to represent and negotiate his experience of them. The novel begins with Detlev's return to Hamburg in 1943. An illegitimate child and a half Jew, Detlev is on his way back from a Catholic orphanage in Bavaria, where he spent a year without his mother in order to avoid persecution by the National Socialists for being a Mischling. Though intermittently recalling episodes from the orphanage, the narrative soon turns to frequent air raid alarms in Hamburg in anticipation of the Allied air raids. Detlev's inner world begins to disintegrate. Complete sentences split into single words and phrases, achieving a staccato effect that parallels the external reality of war. Rather than reconstructing a past through a continuous autobiographical narrative, Language collapses and remains exposed as ruins. I quote, Die Sirene, Feuerwehr, Dampfpfeife, heulende Oma, der Mond, die Knochen von der Stadtpfarrkirche, the siren fire brigade, steam whistle, weeping granny, the moon, the bones from the town parish church. Soon the sirens lead to actual bombings, and Detlef witnesses a destruction of the physical world around him. These not only include destroyed buildings, but also ruins of the human body. Ist alles anders. Der Himmel ist schwarz, die Sonne ist rot, das Badezimmerfenster liegt im Rhododendron, Zebras laufen die Karlstraße herunter, Frau Wichmann muss ausgegraben werden, sie verliert ein Ohr und einen Teil ihres Beines. Now everything is different. The sky is black, the sun is red, the bathroom window lies in the rhododendron, zebras run down Karlstraße, Miss Wichmann has to be dug out, she loses an ear and part of her leg. And yet along with these, there is something else that has also been destroyed for Detlef, the sense of duration, the Verlust des Begriffs Dauer, paralleling the damage and the loss in his external surroundings is the loss of the word. As Detlef's mother tries to reassure him during evacuation that they will be back in Hamburg around Christmas, Detlef remarks how words feel too thick. Weihnachten, die Wörter fühlen sich viel zu dick im Mund an. Jetzt ist auch das Wort Weihnachten kaputt. Ein Tannenbaum ist etwas, das wird abgeworfen und glüht auf, Bombenziele zu erleuchten. Christmas, the words feel way too thick in the mouth. Now the word Christmas is broken too. A Christmas tree is something that is dropped and flares up in order to light bomb targets. Thus with the language in ruins, Buchstaben schmolzen, Bücher verbrannten, alphabets melted, books burned, a new language must be found. Es gibt neue Buchstaben, mit denen über das Verbrennen berichtet wird. It is these that Detlef's adult figure Jackie must confront later. It is a reliving of a trauma mediated through two characters, Detlef and Jackie. Detlef as the character who lives through the events, and Jackie as his later self that investigates it. Fichte's choice of the autobiographical novel works through both intimacy and distance to investigate the anthropological dimension that remains of interest to him. Yet making sense of these experiences in this work does not mean making whole or fixing meaning. Fichte takes the loss of wholeness, of continuity, of the near collision with nothingness, and creates out of it a way of seeing a deliberate fragmentation of reality as a resistance to totalizing narratives. As Jackie remarks later, I quote, Ich kann nicht ohne Deformationen unserer Sprache über die Deformationen unserer Sprache sprechen. I cannot speak about the deformations of our language without deformation of our language. It is right after the bombing scene that a long litany appears in the novel. What we see in this section are individual words, at first seemingly disconnected. They are positioned vertically. They appear in related groups as fragments or shards of a broken mirror. I will just quote the beginning of it here. Yoruba, Ewe, Hausa, Bagdama, Mendevai, Bamum, Bakuba, Bushongo, Mangbetu, Dan, Ga, Nyakusa, Nuba, Mesakin, Dende, Azete de Dende, Malagueta, Fefa. This litany or word list further consists of groups of words. The first such group, for instance, begins with names of communities from different regions of Africa, followed by names of two products, one in Portuguese, the other in German, which were important for colonial trade from this region, palm oil and Malagueta pepper. Mark mentioned the importance of retaining control over palm oil for the initial discussions around the idea of EU of Euro-Africa in the 1950s yesterday. India is the largest importer of palm oil currently. And it is at the end of this litany, appearing after the scene of the bombing, that Jackie first appears. One of the first fragmentations we thus come across in his text is that of the autobiographical figure itself. As Jackie is described in his Hamburg milieu of 1960s, we are first introduced to his ethnographic interests. These are interests that the figure shares with the author. Around the time of writing the novel, Fichte was already interested in researching African diasporic religions, had undertaken travel to Brazil, soon to be followed by travels to Senegal, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and so on. The litany of list of words ends with objects such as blue light, dance floor, etc. That may well be found in any of the bars that Jackie, as well as author Fichte, frequented in Neustadt and the St. Pauli area of Hamburg, bars such as Palette, Sahara, Grünspan. I quote, Blaulicht, Tanzfläche, Disc Jockey, Mikrofon. It's followed by the words Sahara-Litanei von Bewegungslosen. Sind die kleinsten Teile von Bewegungen oder starr? Sahara Litany of the Motionless. Are the smallest parts of movements or fixed? And a few lines further, haben Gegenstände Eigenschaften zeitlos oder gehen Gegenstände ohne Zeit ein? Do objects have properties that are timeless, or do objects die without time? The rest of the text in the same section is extremely fragmented. Parts of sentences are spread out only to match with another part of the sentence that occurs several lines later. The narrative is thus mixed with interviews, excerpts from reports, origin myths, and the reader is therefore forced to give up an easy overview to reflect upon these juxtapositions to try and patch a narrative that, however, never represents a whole. In following this technique, Fichte challenges certain key assumptions associated with autobiographical writing at the time, such as the autonomy of the self. But more importantly, the novel instead takes into account the relational aspect of the self and resists from presenting any coherent narrative entirely from the perspective of a single remembering self. This is evident in how Jackie is first introduced not only through his ethnographic interest at the time in the Western Africa, but also by the implication of those interests in histories of colonial trade. Hubert Fichte's comment in an essay on litanies in voodoo ceremonies gives us an idea about their use here to blur the borders between the individual and the collective. I quote, in einer Litanei werden formelhaft geschichtliche Zitate, Ahnennamen, Hexennamen, Götternamen, Zauberstoffe, Empfindungskürzel hergesagt, in einer solchen Häufung, dass eine Vereinigung zwischen Zuhörern und Priestern eintritt, ein Verschwimmen des individuellen Bewusstseinsstroms. End quote. In a litany, formulaic historical quotations, ancestral names, witches' names, gods' names, magical substances, sentimental abbreviations are recited in such an accumulation that a union occurs between listeners and priests, a blurring of the individual stream of consciousness. This blurring of boundaries of the self can also be seen in how conversations and dialogues are incorporated. Whether it is the utterances that seem to belong to Detlef's mother, grandparents, playmates, or Jackie's interviews with queer friends who are also survivors of the air raids, the placement of these makes it difficult for the reader to find out who is speaking. The utterances simply begin with a hyphen, and one must patch the fragments together to figure out whose voice it is, thus blurring the line between the voices of the two main autobiographical figures as well as others. Further, these other voices are incorporated in fragmentary forms, snatches of conversations, clips of a film, excerpts from a book, and so on. In doing so, the novel also challenges the continuity and truth claim that was earlier associated with autobiographical writing. At the same time, Fichte's use of his biographical details, of historically specific references and documentary evidence blurs the line between the fictional and the real. As the narrator says in Fichte's other novel, Versuch über die Pubertät, ich interessiere mich für das Auseinanderfallen des Bildes, das mich ausmacht. I'm interested in the falling apart or coming undone of the image that constitutes me. Fichte's use of fragments in this work is akin to a collage, which involves applying manufactured, printed, or found materials, such as bits of newspaper, fabric, wallpaper, etc., to a panel or canvas, frequently in combination with painting. Although his work finally functions within the framework of a book, this novel not only uses fragments as one does in a collage, but it also uses found materials. In this way, the novel is full of citations of posters from National Socialist era, of the vernacular language of everyday anti-Semitism used at the time, of the particular phrases typical to the queer groups in Hamburg, of terms associated with African diaspora, religions that Fichte was researching at the time. While these fragments are set together as in a collage, empty spaces or Leerstellen also form a part of them, and the reader must negotiate these gaps instead of being offered a seamless narrative. The fragments and gaps then work together to re-examine and interrogate each other without providing a complete or totalizing coherent picture. An example of Fichte's juxtaposition of fragments could be the autopsy reports from the Medizinische Bibliothek. Autopsie der Schumpfleiche. Figures of the bombing victims found in official institutions like Statisches Landsamt and from various interviews he conducts of survivors and witnesses. As Jackie reads through them, we are confronted with pages of medical records that deal with the deaths during the Allied air raids on Hamburg, by burning, through phosphorus, by drowning, and so on. These written accounts, however, are juxtaposed with other eyewitness accounts that go beyond merely corroborating or contradicting the official claims by adding more layers to them. We encounter, for instance, a report by Kurt Müller that Jackie finds in the Statistical State Office about the Hamburg bombings. As we read about the number and kind of bombs, air mines, phosphorus bombs, etc., deployed in the air raids, a few lines later, Fichte inserts a remark. Der Kurt Müller verheimlichte, dass in der Nazizeit antisemitische Reden geschwungen hatte und kriegte deshalb viel Ärger. Kurt Müller hid the fact that he had made anti-Semitic speeches during the Nazi era and got in a lot of trouble because of it. This neither contradicts nor corroborates the previous description and statistics, which, however, are different from other accounts that Jackie comes across in his research that frequently talk about the kind and number of deaths. Instead, this little piece of information about a perpetrator gives another context to the source of the above excerpt, instead of simply presenting it as a disinterested official document. There are several other similar examples with National Socialist doctors, erstwhile Gauleiters, as well as civilian sympathizers. These are interspersed with Jackie's conversations in the gay pubs that he frequents in the St. Pauli area. One such conversation, for instance, adds a biblical layer to the Operation Gomorrah, as we hear a narrative addressed to Arthur Harris, the Royal Air Force Air Chief Marshal, who directed the attacks. Der Arthur Harris, du bist im Himmel, die schwule Stadt mit Phosphorstabbrandbomben einäschernd, komm mit mir, wir suchen uns in Neu-Sodom 2 Gomorrah. Arthur Harris, who art in heaven, incinerating the gay city with phosphorus bombs, come with me, we'll look for 2 Gomorrans in New Sodom. Or another question with 60-year-old customer in the same pub. Es war viel los, die Klappe an der Kirchenallee war bei Fliegeralarm so überfüllt, dass man kaum treten konnte. Und was in den Bunkern alles los war. Die Theaterklause war voller als unsere Lokale heute. Die Besitzerin nannten wir den Goldfasan, weil sie das goldene Parteiabzeichen hatte, deshalb konnte ihr nichts passieren. There was a lot happening. During the air raid warnings, the cottage at Kirchenallee was so packed that you could hardly move. And all the things that were going on in the bunkers. The small theater bar was busier than our bars today. We called the landlady the gold pheasant because she had the party badge in gold. That's why nothing could happen to her, end quote. In continually presenting different perspectives of this episode, Fichte problematizes the notion of recalling to. Memory is shown to be dependent on the context, surroundings. The past is not narrated from an invisible, more knowledgeable perspective of the present. Instead, the present is a part of what is being described, so that it in turn can be interrogated through the past. Memory is presented not as a whole, but as a collection of fragments that is linked to the context. The links in turn have to be constructed by the reader, thus leaving the process of remembering not only visible, but also open and permeable. Apart from conversational and documentary excerpts, Fichte also uses other fragmentary elements. These include, for instance, letters and film excerpts. In one section, Jackie describes a film he's shown by Herr Boye from the fire station on the cutting table of their visual archives. We are taken through a scene-by-scene description of the film excerpt showing burning houses and buildings, families trying to run in and out, charred corpses, graves. As the film clip reaches Wiederaufbau, it is rewound, and Jackie describes the reverse movement of the same images. If a documentary about war can be seen as an autopsy report, and we should know that the film is seen at the cutting table, here the textual description itself comes to resemble an autopsy, where various fragments are juxtaposed in order to understand events, a past that is also present. Yet this autopsy doesn't strive for a whole seamless narrative. What the reversal of the film also shows is the absurdity of the attempt to linearly construct the past. New methods must be instead found, and Fichte's method seems to be a collage of fragments, not merely reflecting upon a past that is considered the past, but doing so by pulling both into the present moment of writing and forming them into a collage made up of interviews, poster citations, film excerpts, literary quotations. Thus, instead of working as a continuous narrative, as autobiographical works usually tended to do, Detlev's Imitation presents us with fragments. The figures representing the author, whose biography resembles Fichte's, are also fragmented into figures of Detlev and Jackie. Instead of restricting the narration of voices to two autobiographical figures, he also chooses to work through a collage-like technique by bringing in other voices, thus shattering the autonomous voice usually associated with autobiographical writing at the time. In turn, a more relational approach is highlighted through the juxtaposition of the different Jackie and Detlev sections and fragments. Together, this prevents the reader from accessing a homogeneous coherent narrative, and such connections also reveal how the novel presents memory, where the act of recalling depends on the context. This in turn challenges the authority of memory, which usually drives autobiographical writing, yet it also does not negate the value and process of remembering, but simply to present it in its complexity and diversity. At the same time, Fichte's technique goes beyond the autobiographical and has implications for the larger historical anthropological realm. Post-war history has been a period which, as Stephen Connor suggests, has already seen a waning confidence in a long-range continuous narratives of all kinds, whether this be the history of the empire, the history of a nation, or the march of civilization itself, and the continuous subjects supposed and required by such histories, end quotes. It is through this fragmentary approach that Fichte reaches out to these concerns and illuminates them through his resistance towards a single voice, a unified narrative, and a continuity that is as constructed as the self, but poses as natural. As Dietrichson and Anselm Franke have mentioned in their curatorial project on love and ethnography on Fichte's works, I quote, Fichte's vision of a gayification of the world and a program of impurity has lost none of its relevance in line of the terror that continues to be wrought by heteronormative dichotomies and the identitarian drawing of borders, end quote. At the same time, however, one must also continue to engage with how white authorities negotiated, even amidst these strategies, and even as it emerges from a sexually marginalized perspective. And Fichte's texts frequently lay open how fantasy, desire, both constitute and challenge power relations. Katrin Sieg, in her book Ethnic Drag, has dealt with this wonderfully, as have Dietrichson and Anselm Franke in the exhibition they curated on his works at Haus der Kulturen der Welt, called The Colonial Dialectic of Sensitivity. In her recent book, Elementary Aspects of the Political, Pratima Banerjee points out how the political, I quote, actually gets instituted in opposition to changing imaginations of the non-political. The non-political, she says, has been variously imagined in modernity as the spiritual, the intimate, the sexual, the social, the artistic, the scientific, and even the economic, end quote. Fichte's autobiographical and ethnographic works give us a chance to examine this relation, as they're populated not only with concrete political events, figures, time periods, and so on, but also deal with aspects that do not traditionally get associated with political themes, religious rituals, trance ceremonies, litanies, descriptions of S&M, and so on. An integral part of Fichte's vision is the idea of Empfindlichkeit, of sensitivity, a kind of sensibility which allows porousness or permeability, a term I borrow from my colleague Uday Kumar, that can generate new forms of attentiveness, and to quote him, a capacity to receive sensory experiences, and has to do with what he calls fields of intensity that seem to rupture the stable subject, which can challenge normative frames of selfhood. I'll end with two quotes from Fichte about Empfindlichkeit. In einer Welt, die so unerbittlich zugestampft ist, gibt es aber nur noch die eine absurde Haltung für den Schriftsteller und Forscher, mit Empfindsamkeit und Menschlichkeit auch in den Wissenschaften gegen die Alibis anzurennen. In a world that has become so relentlessly crowded, there is only one absurd attitude left for the right-hand researcher to fight against alibis with sensitivity and humanity, even in the sciences. And in an interview he says, and with this I end, Empfindsamkeit, das, was mich reagieren lässt, was über das Unbewusste hinausgeht und noch nicht zur Informationstheorie gehört. Sensitivity, what makes me react, what goes beyond the unconscious and does not yet belong to information theory.
Any questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for your talk, and thank you very much for the powerfully introducing Hubert Fichte to our debates here. I think it's really pertinent for our debates on the political, and it's especially the thing with the Empfindlichkeit. I thought that you mentioned it in the beginning of your talk, and then you came back. Thankfully, you came back to it, because I think the most cited theorist in our discussion was ROSSIE with the partage of the sensible and the sensible, the sinnliche. I mean, it's a new division of sensibility. So in Germany it's translated as sinnliche, das sinnliche, but it's about Empfindlichkeit and Empfindsamkeit. And then we have the Empfindlichkeit in the Hubert Fichte's Empfindlichkeit, and he also uses Empfindsamkeit.
He does.
And yeah, and you have the strand what Wolf-Dieter Brinkmann, for example, neue Empfindsamkeit in the 1970s. So they use Empfindsamkeit is also the historical term from the 18th century, and Empfindlichkeit is something. It's interesting because it's also oversensitive. Exactly. It's a kind of you denounce people. Jetzt bist du wieder empfindlich. Yes. And this is interestingly something that new literature is denounced with in debates nowadays. That they said that people they only react on their Empfindlichkeit, and thus it is apolitical. They said it's said we are apolitical because they only have their Empfindlichkeit. So this is kind of, I think it's not a real question, but it's that was the association you provoked in me, and I think perhaps you can say something to the.
Thank you. Thanks for opening that up. Actually. So Fichte in interviews also says he was aiming for precisely this. Over many years, he played around with different terms. He talks about Zärtlichkeit and Empfindsamkeit, and then comes to Empfindlichkeit, and he says that he was actually aiming for this oversensitiveness on the one hand and empathy on the other hand, to actually find something for both. And you see that also in the process of his novel, where you often also see remarks about the process of writing itself, about what he wants to retain, what he wants to leave out, his conversations with his mother, for example. There is one part where she talks about not wanting to have him, considering aborting him, and the narrator says, I'm not going to put that into the novel, and then that becomes part of the novel also. That's just a small example. But what's also interesting is that on the surface, when you read the novel, you actually encounter a lot of surfaces. It's like a kaleidoscope, and at the same time, it lets you see fissures. That part I did not go into enough, but it lets you see fissures such as, which he also plays with, which Katrin Sieg has also talked about, of his desire. I mean, first of all, what led to his interest in the syncretic religions, rituals of Africa, and the relation of queer desire for it, and so on. So it's kind of also, the text has an openness that lets you challenge it at the same time.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I'm very much interested in the very convincing debate that you opened. You started off by saying that the author rejects the political as the intention of his works. But then, of course, maybe motivated by the likes of Roland Barthes and all that, you put that aside and drew us towards characterizing the work of the author as political, and drawing our attention particularly towards certain aesthetic strategies you mentioned. And I think this would be very interesting towards the definition of the genre, the political genre. So is there a particular grammar of the political?
A particular?
Grammar of the political as a genre. I think this would be very interesting for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a wonderful question, thanks. I don't have a ready answer for it, but I could just say I'll come back to permeability, to Empfindlichkeit. If one has to find a grammar of the political, I think it's in what the novel allows to be a part of it, even things that go against, that kind of expose the narrator, the author, knowing his biographical details. And I think in allowing for that, you know, what ROSSIE would call the chatter or the muted word, in allowing for that kind of radical equality and in allowing for voices which were not actually a part or a very accepted part of literature at that time, which is why for a long time literary criticism also doesn't know what to do with him. I think that would be one place to look at.
So yeah, I'd love to pursue James's question of the grammar of the political in the novel at some point, because I have a sense that various things have come up in the context of this, like the literary politics of being in motion, and also there's one in there mentioned chiasmus, which is a kind of a trope or a figure of the political. So I think there's a lot of scope in that conversation. But I want to just ask you a very ignorant question, which is just, could you please say some more, because it really interested me, about Fichte's program of impurity? I just wanted to know a little bit more what that is.
Yeah, thanks for that. Maybe I'll read a quote here, which I couldn't include earlier for lack of time, so thanks for the question. And maybe that would answer better. So, Widersprüche, Lügen, das Unechte, die Übertreibung, das Inkohärente stehen lassen, nicht weggitten, Zweifel, Niederlagen. So, let contradictions, lies, the impure, untrue, the exaggeration, the incoherent stand, not fix them away, doubts, defeats. And so when he's in this particular novel, when he's coming out of one of the bars, he talks about his Haltung as a Sieger. And when he talks about his Haiti trip, he talks about the Haltung, the Siegers. So I think it's kind of, even as he's opposing the traditional colonial ethnography and the anthropological practices, and the word Empfindlichkeit also comes from this stance of traditional anthropology of being the objective, distanced, neutral observer, even as he's challenging it, he's also letting what his failures, his misunderstandings, his Fehlschlüsse and so on populate the text. And I think that's somewhere where that's something, those are strategies you see actually in all of his novels, his ethnographic works.
Thank you for a very interesting lecture. I hope I will be able to put this question the right way. I was interested by the political context of his work because the title of your presentation was "Reading His Work as Political," I was reminded of James Baldwin, who worked like 2 decades earlier, and I would like to know more about legal, not only like a social context of Fichte's literary activism, if we want to say it, put it that way, but also like legal restrictions in terms of prohibition of gay marriages, or things like that, which Baldwin famously struggled with, of course. And I think we have to. That's again a question of political knowledge we can gain through the, which you have elaborated on in terms of his tackling, the remnants kind of war and anti-Semitism and different forms of chauvinism and xenophobia. But what I would like to hear more about is if, like this legal history, which also, well, we cannot speak about political, social role of literature without taking into account this the legal aspects. That's one question. And the other question, much related to that, is, of course, or perhaps I will have 3 questions. I mean, like in my opinion, Baldwin, the way he wrote, was also some kind of a shifted, covered, metaphorically very loaded writing because some things were not allowed to be said openly. And if we compare, I think that's just an operative question. If we go through the history of gay literature, there we should ask the question, you know, at what time it's possible to say something, and what are the literary codes to express it nevertheless, although these topics and these issues and these problems are forbidden. So that would be an operative question, you know, if these like legal social constraints which belong to the political history have something to do with the grammar, with the literary grammar, as we found in Fichte's work. I was reminded in this context of the workshop in March, I think, I forgot the name of the theoretician that was discussed there, but she also drew on Foucault and the question, what is able to say at certain time, at a certain period, because you always, it's not all, I mean, when you speak of Rancière, you know, like we kind of, an image arises as if it's enough to say something which is not allowed, and then we already have the democracy of the word. But we have to think of these constraints and also the strategies of saying something which allow you to enter the compromise with what is allowed to be said in order to this other part which is not allowed to be said, you know. So there are not two components like police and the democracy of the word, but there is also this strategic question, what is allowed to be said and how, and what is forbidden, and how can I articulate in a certain grammar so I can introduce something new. So that's a question, again, of political strategy through literature. So I have asked many questions, but perhaps you can answer something of that or comment on something.
History, I think if we look at it from within Fichte's works, what he challenges is more than that. It's a kind of scientific discourse. So he challenges the whole difference between poetic and Wissenschaft. And I mean, there was a time period in between when his works were not being published. It wasn't that they were banned, there was just no market for them. There was a time when he was celebrated, but as a pop literature icon, and after the Palette came out. There was also a time when he's writing more and more ethnographic works, but which challenged the academic discourses that were part of the field of traditional anthropology at the time. So he wasn't finding that kind of academic acceptance. So I think it's beyond that. If you want to see it in the context, in the social context, we have to look at that also. In his Ketzerische Bemerkungen, he challenges that very well, and he talks about water als Verhaltensweisen and wanting to investigate that, and he challenges this idea of the neutral observer, like that I've referred to in traditional anthropology. And I have a wonderful quote here from Ketzerische Bemerkungen, I can just read that out. Anthropologie, Ethnologie, Ethologie und die ihnen verwandten Wissenschaften behandeln unterschiedlich Verhaltensweisen des Menschen. Unter Logos versteht man vor allem das Wort. Worte sind Verhaltensweisen. Schon hier gibt sich eine Antinomie, der Typus der Beschreibung und der Typus des Beschriebenen gehen unkritisch ineinander auf. Antinomien können nur poetisch ausgedrückt werden. So which brings us back to his project of impurity, and, which you find in a lot of his books. I've forgotten the second question already. This was about the legal context, and you spoke about the... There it speaks to me. I mean, I think Butler comes to mind, which helps also connect to what he's doing, which is about keeping certain discourse perpetually in crisis, like keeping. It's like I think she uses the notion of contingent universality in one of her, and it's about that perpetual crisis to not. Sarah was talking about the mobility, and we were talking about dynamism earlier in the earlier discussions. And I think it's that basically never letting it settle. Yes.
Thank you very much, because I was thinking about some of those links to Zvonimir's papers or Tomasz's on the first day. You know, thinking about art as device and the literariness of Fichte's work that you were showing us. So I suppose I was really fascinated by some of the questions which were very much about how you were showing how the novel, how literature as literature is able to do something, you know, to our experience of the political and of society by some of those techniques that you're showing Fichte engaging with, like the two subjects, the narrating subject and the experiencing subject in the novel. So I just wonder whether you could say a little bit more about that in relation to trauma, because I thought that you're highlighting really well how disruptive experience like war produces a kind of fracturing of the subject, where in some ways lots of sort of narratives about the individual and the relationship to the state or the polis are suggesting an individual who would be whole, whereas you've shown us an individual who is kind of not, you can't kind of achieve that wholeness because of trauma. Thank you.
Because trauma, and also because, I mean, there's a wonderful oft-quoted line of Fichte. He says, Schichten statt Geschichten, because he's more invested in uncovering the various layers that make up ourselves. And in terms of how trauma figures in his novels of the time, like we saw in Detlev's Imitation, and it goes beyond just the individual. And the same thing in Versuch über die Pubertät, when he talks about an experience such as being at the threshold of puberty. Also in that novel, what you see is a multiplicity of voices and similar strategies where you sometimes do not know which is the narrator and which is the other figures, which are then talking about their experiences. His friends who were visiting the gay bars at the same time, their experiences of puberty are also included, just like in Detlev's Imitation, and there are other experiences of trauma which also add to the polyphony of voices.
To ask because of ROSSIE. There's an interview with ROSSIE which I'm very uncomfortable with, where he speaks about politics in terms of speech, and he's asked about politics in terms of speech, what counts and what doesn't count. And he's asked about animality, and he simply says, no, they're not political subjects. There can be other types of subject, but they're not political subjects. And what's interesting in terms of what you've described, it seems to me, is first of all the breakdown of language, the fragmentation of language as political, but also an equality of objects, where the descriptions you have of Hamburg, and that seems to me to perform a politics that's actually different to Rossie's, and that perhaps it pushes us somewhere else in terms of what the novel could do and the questions the novel raises about the political. The political perhaps is something improper, politics is improper.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah. That's a really interesting way to look at it. I mean, it also takes you towards what Prathama talks about as literature offering us futures that haven't been imagined yet. And that's where the political also comes in.
Sarah, to
Hey, welcome everybody. Before we start, I have to make two important announcements. First, if you haven't signed the attendance list, please do so. They are very important. Thank you. And the second announcement is about these consent forms. If you haven't returned them to us, please fill them out and do so. We need both. Thank you. Who needs a consent form? I have more here. I'm very pleased to announce the talk by ROSSIE ARTEMIS. ROSSIE is Professor of Literature in the Department of Languages and Literature at the University of Nicosia, where she is Program Coordinator of the BA in English Language and Literature. Her areas of research are Anglophone literatures, especially modern and contemporary Anglophone literature, comparative literature, and continental philosophy, including history of philosophy, ethics, and psychoanalysis. Of her publications, I will mention only three that are of particular interest to our project. In an anthology entitled The Victim of Cultural Expression, Representation, Perception, Symbolism of 2019, which she edited with Rosita and Umberto Mondini and Sandrine Prévost, and the two articles, A Gob of Spit in the Face of Art, Language in Exile in the Parisian Novels of Henry Miller, and Identity and Globalization of Lahiri's Unaccustomed Earth. ROSSIE, we are looking forward to your talk. The title is Of People and Chronotopes, Berlin in the Early Novels of Nabokov and Shklovsky.
So much. I was getting sort of worried that there'll be no attendance to this paper, but obviously people managed to overcome the desire to go around beautiful Berlin. As most people do, I promised more in my abstract than I'm going to deliver today. In a side conversation, we can discuss the beautiful book that was included on the poster. This is The Gift, the translation. The cover is in Russian, of course. So I'm going to try desperately, I'm going to try not to define the chronotope. I think that everybody is quite interested in Bakhtin and so on, but yes, I'm going also to focus only on the second half of the work. It's not going to be the top, it's going to be mostly the topos, the place, which is Berlin, is hosting us for our first conference. Okay. Ever since the emancipation of the serfs at the end of the 19th century, the traditional agrarian society of Imperial Russia underwent industrialization, which paired with continuous social unrest did very little to alleviate centuries of exploitation, forced labor, and political uncertainty among its citizens. The widespread famine of the 1890s pitted against each other the village and the town, the working class, the bourgeoisie, and the aristocracy. The last Russian Tsar, Nikolai II, who ruled the country from 1894 until 1917, did little to amend the mistakes of his predecessors. His name will be forever connected with the total loss of the Russian fleet in the Russian-Japanese War of 1904-1905, while the events of the Bloody Sunday in January 1905, when unarmed protesters were killed during a peaceful march in favor of minimum wages across the country, made the last Tsar one of the most hated monarchs by the working class. As a moderate step forward, Nikolai II instituted the so-called State Duma in 1906 as a legislative assembly representing various political parties, only for it to be completely dissolved during the October Revolution in 1917. Russia displayed at the same time a very complicated array of political organizations. Various factions, branches, and parties struggle for influence among the population, variously appealing to mutual interests and goals, but most of all invoking the common resentment against the aristocracy and its embodiment, Nikolai II. This is how the power of rhetoric was often combined with violence and murder of political figures and important aristocrats. At the end of the 19th century, the socialist populist movement called Narodnik was trying to revolutionize the agrarian workers and petty owners, but with very little success. The populists were persecuted and exiled in remote places across the vast Russian Empire and abroad. A secret anarchic branch called the People's Will went after key political figures and organized, for example, the assassination of Alexander II. A faction of the Socialist Revolutionary Party called Combat Organization carried out the public assassination of other important political figures like the Tsar's uncle, Prince Sergei. Other influential parties were the Constitutional Democrats, the so-called Cadets, the Social Democratic Labour Party, which split into the so-called Mensheviks, the minority faction, and the Bolsheviks, the majority faction, led by Vladimir Lenin, who was translating Marxist ideas into the Russian context. On the heels of World War I, 1914-1918, and the defeat of Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Marxism seemed to offer a revolutionary way out of the centuries-long aristocratic domination. To achieve it, however, the working class had to engage in anarchy and bloodshed. The forced abdication of Nikolai II in early 1917, followed by the brief provisional government of the moderate socialist Alexander Kerensky, and his quick escape to France and later to the United States, permitted the quick ascension to power by Lenin and the Bolshevik faction. This key moment in Russian history, the Great October Revolution, changed the social order and the lives of millions of people. Among the violence, political turmoil, and social changes, the arts, and especially literature, blossomed on their own terms. Talented or mediocre artists each tried to find a niche for expression, of support or of negation of the new order. Acmeists like Osip Mandelstam and Anna Akhmatova, and futurists like Vladimir Mayakovsky and Velimir Khlebnikov celebrated the immediacy of the world around them and its revolutionary spirit, or an unimaginable great future to come. Symbolist poets like Alexander Blok and Valery Brusov continued to see beauty in the world through mystical visions and reference. One of the key prose symbolists at the time, and a sporadic exile, Andrei Belli, famously sought a comprehensive philosophy of art and literature in a way that Shklovsky later attempted from the theoretical premises of Russian formalism. In his famous 1909 article, The Magic of Words, Belli writes, quote, "Our children will forge the new symbol of belief out of luminous words. The crisis of knowledge will appear to them to be just the death of old words. Mankind is alive as long as the poetry of language exists. The poetry of language is alive." Thus, Belli's work vacillates between the conventions of symbolism and the innovative experiments of modernism. Nabokov, in his estimation, would include Belli in the group of the most important European modernist writers, together with James Joyce, Franz Kafka, and Marcel Proust. Nabokov especially admired Belli's novel Petersburg, 1916, Nabokov, however, would see his own work as an overcoming of the symbolist stylistic weaknesses, where Belly gives in to vagueness and excessive symbolism. While most intellectuals were actively assisting the undermining of the imperial power and eulogizing to different degrees the success of the Bolsheviks, either because of real philosophical affiliation or because of fear of the tangible ideological threat, a large group chose to escape the coercion of the new powerful masters. The revolution and its aftermath were also the start of an unseen drift of intelligentsia across Europe. After the October Revolution in 1917, about 3 million Russian immigrants escaped in search of more tolerant environments. Cities like Berlin, Prague, Paris, London, and even further, New York, were transformed by those retreating from the devastation of World War I. That diasporic movement had multiple layers and long-term effects. It led to the popularization of Russian literature across borders, the proliferation of printing and publishing in Europe, but also to the spread of the sense of existential homelessness unseen in previous centuries. As Boris Lanin, critic, points out, quote, the years 1921-23 saw Berlin as the capital of Russian immigration, uniting both Soviet writers and émigrés. The literary situation in Berlin was unique because émigrés were published side by side with Soviet writers, so-called fellow travelers. Some writers who were residents in Berlin at this time decided to return to Soviet Russia, including Belly, Gorky, Alexei Tolstoy, Ivan Sokolov, Nikita, Viktor Shklovsky, and Ilya Ehrenburg. Thus, exile, immigration, and diaspora did not turn out to be unproblematic for most of the intelligentsia abroad. After 1922, the clear sense of a rift between the Soviet writers and the émigrés worsened. And this inevitable change of attitude is based on more than a difference in techniques and literary affiliations. It is a change significantly related to ideology and worldview. While the older generation of writers could contemplate a possible return to the mother country of their memories and dreams, with help from a few loyal friends influential in Soviet Russia, and a deliberate self-censorship, as in the case of Shklovsky, for the younger generations of émigrés writers like Nabokov, the choice of return became impossible. As Lanin again concludes, quote, for those outside the country, inner freedom was perhaps the only compensation for being torn from their land and their roots, end quote. Shklovsky and Nabokov are particularly suitable examples of the different attitudes to the motherland, the mythical Russia of their memories and imagination. Two emblematic works of their Berlin years, Shklovsky's novel Zoo, or Letters Not About Love, published in 1923, and Nabokov's Despair, published in 1934, exhibit the polar responses Russian literary exiles of the period displayed. Although Shklovsky had a problematic relationship with the Russian Bolsheviks because of his Jewish German-Russian origin, and despite his participation in the revolution after the fall of Nikolai II, there is a sense of belonging, of longing for the motherland. Indeed, his love for Russia was not even destroyed by the horrific personal losses he suffered. His two brothers were executed by the Bolsheviks, and his sister died of hunger in St. Petersburg, nor by the persecution which led him to remote corners of Russia, to Finland, and eventually to Germany. Even the brief exile in Berlin was a creative vent for Shklovsky, so that the year he spent here, 1923, saw the publication of Zoo and also the memoir, A Sentimental Journey, memoirs from 1970 to 1922, a reminiscence of that very trying period. Nabokov suffered too, and his own narrative of exile possesses an equal number of chilling details. Nabokov's family moved briefly to England, then to Berlin in 1920 as a result of the Bolsheviks' persecution of his father, a secretary in the Kerensky government. After graduation from Cambridge and after the assassination of his father in March 1922 in Berlin by a Russian monarchist, Nabokov spent the years 1922 to 1937 in Berlin also trying to reconcile a different personal history with his love for Russia. While his mother and sister moved to Prague, Nabokov chose to stay in Berlin, though, as Dieter Zimmer notes, he never became fond of Berlin and at the end intensely disliked it. He lived within the lively Russian community of Berlin that was more or less self-sufficient, staying on after it had disintegrated because he had nowhere else to go. He took little interest in German affairs, as if they did not concern him, so little that he did not perceive the fundamental change that went on in the spring of 1933 in all its enormity and portent. So one might assume there never was what might be termed Nabokov's Berlin, end quote. In one of his seminal works on exile, the critic Abdul Jan Mohammed posits an interesting distinction between what he calls the syncretic border intellectual and the so-called speculative border intellectual. Following his argument, it is intriguing to see how Shklovsky and Nabokov could be placed in these two categories. For Jan Mohammed, quote, the syncretic intellectual more at home in both cultures than his or her specular counterpart is able to combine elements of the two cultures in order to articulate new syncretic forms and experiences. While on the other hand, quote, the specular border intellectual, while perhaps equally familiar with two cultures, finds himself or herself unable and unwilling to be at home in these societies, end quote. Following their writing and the overall courses their lives take, it seems quite clear that Nabokov is a quintessential syncretic border intellectual. He embraced and made the other culture and cultures his home between Russia, England, Germany, the USA, and Switzerland. Nabokov found a productive niche in which his talent grows and his writing proliferates, equally between Russian, the language of his childhood, and English, the language of his choice. For Shklovsky, despite the exposure and the temporary embracing of cultures, either by force or by choice, Berlin will remain forever, as he calls it, idle, skeptical, Russian Berlin. The imposed subject matter of his novel, Not About Love, and its form, an epistolary work, tracing the correspondence between a lover facing unrequited love and a young whimsical socialite, make it possible to call Zoo, his novel, a novel about everybody and everything else. This is a book which dreamily crisscrosses the border of the German capital to embrace the memories of Russia, the harsh motherland. It ventures into the genre of the novel of letters only to morph into a linguistic study, a structuralist account of literature, an aesthetic theory of art, or even into a socio-political treatise. Shklovsky, the writer, and his beloved Elsa Triolet, of course, the Goncourt Prize French writer, wife of Louis Aragon, then unmarried at the time, so that's why his lover. Shklovsky, the writer, and Elsa Triolet, his real-life beloved, and the novel's protagonist, capture the spirit of Berlin and the spiritual odyssey of the Russian intelligentsia in exile in a fascinating way. Again, for Jan Mohammed, such an odyssey is equivalent to, quote, specular crossings and recrossings of cultural border. However, these recrossings never provide a sense of home in the way they do for Nabokov. It is the narrator, then, who admits half-heartedly at the onset of the novel, quote, so I'm writing about an alien culture and an alien woman, end quote. The sense of alienation is further transformed from the micro scale of the personal unhappiness to the macro scale of a generational experience in exile. Quote, but we have never worn tuxedos. First, we wore our high school and university coats, then soldiers' overcoats, and then field jackets made from those overcoats. We have known no other way of life than that of war and revolution. It may be harming us, but we cannot escape it. Europe is destroying us, it upsets us, and we take everything seriously. Thus, the seeping of the personal into the social and vice versa, and the artistic scope of the novel altogether account for the authorial liberties and the deviations from the epistolary genre. In his preface to the novel, Shklovsky explains an important fact that can partially account for the conceptualization of the book when he states, quote, in an epistolary novel, the essential thing is motivation. Precisely why should these people be writing to each other? The usual motivation is love and partings. I took the following variant of this motivation. The letters are being written by a man in love with a woman who has no time for him. Love as a motivator, though, easily flows from passionate love for a woman into love for a motherland, each one with its faults and whims, pettiness, and grandeur. For example, instead of a romantic aside, Shklovsky uses as an extended epigraph to the novel a poem by Vladimir Khlebnikov, a Russian poet and playwright who died in 1922, a year before the publication of Zoo. It is an unexpected parallel drawn between Berlin and the zoo. A quote, this is exactly the epigraph. O garden, zoological garden, in which various animals are introduced in an anthropomorphic way, harkening back to the feelings of the Russian caught up in the gardens of the city. Quote, where the bats hang suspended like the heart of a modern Russia, where the wolves convey compliance and devotion. While walking through the zoo, Shklovsky encounters the most denigrated version of the Russians of his memory, and ultimately he feels threatened to become one such version of himself instead of actively creating a new self, as the flight to Berlin has promised. His narrator, therefore, while not talking about love, talks about the imminent danger. Quote, yet here, in the middle of nowhere, in Berlin, this Soviet bourgeois raves on an international scale and continues to publish new books. Books as such, books for their own sake, books to assert the name of the publishing house, end quote. By virtue of it being a series of impressionistic portraits of people and places, Zoo overcomes the restriction to evade the topic of love, yet it beautifully captures the time and the spirit of the exile living in, yet floating above the foreign body of Berlin. The actual zoo, or Tiergarten, which at the time was part of the so-called Russian section of Berlin, is an emblematic symbol of the place, but also of the mind of the author of the eponymous novel. Thus, as Sheldon, the translator and the one who wrote the introduction to the novel, writes, quote, evidence, both internal and external, suggests that Shklovsky was on the verge of a nervous breakdown when he wrote Zoo. The entire book is not so much a product of scrupulously constructed points as it is an exercise in sublimation. Out of the torments of unrequited love, Shklovsky has fashioned a book, and he suggests that a similar motivation has provided man with most of his cultural achievements. The author himself, in his letters, conveys the urgency and the despair of being unloved and homeless in this multicultural buzzing city. He addresses his beloved in a melodramatic yet honest way in the very beginning. Quote, you are the city I live in. You are the name of the month and the day. I float salty and heavy with tears, barely keeping my head above water. I frightened you with my love. At the beginning, when I was still cheerful, you liked me better. That comes from Russia, my dear. We walk with a heavy tread, but in Russian I was strong. Here I have begun to weep. At this point, one of Shklovsky's well-known theoretical coinages should be mentioned for its relevance in the interpretation of the novel Zoo. The term ostranenie, or as it is variously translated in English, defamiliarization or estrangement, which is not simply a remnant of Russian formalist theory, but a technique of representation and expression which enhance the perception of the familiar, the presentation of the world around us through language which should be made as strange as possible. Back in the 1917 essay called Art as Device, Shklovsky and an impressive number of followers tried to apply the method of defamiliarization in their works. In this way, for example, Zoo easily grows beyond the limits of the romantic epistolary novel, and yet it does not turn into a political manifesto either. The artfulness of the object, rather than the claim of realism, permits talented writers and poets to explore language and overcome the pettiness of political censorship. Nabokov, like many other exiled writers in the 1920s and 30s, would embrace ostranenie as a method in his own short stories and novels of that period. Berlin is depicted as strange because it is strange for Shklovsky on many levels, from social to cultural to linguistic. In his postscript in the novel, the writer would aptly conclude, Germany, a crushed Germany, 300,000 Russians in Berlin, and no one has any use for theory of poetry. We were plucked from Russia like a sieve from the water. Dark and incomprehensible is the smoke of northern working-class Berlin. Smoke hovers over the gray water of Hamburg. Incomprehensible Germany quivers. For the protagonist, writer, the sense of homelessness among thousands of exiles like them is palpable here. The homelessness, however, gives rise to what Jan Mohammed again calls a sense that utopian potentiality can endure. Shklovsky has the spirit of his exile and the distance from the motherland and the strangeness of Berlin with its pseudo-familiar setting and people. There is an overwhelming drive to go back to be one with what? Probably with that Shklovsky who has remained spiritually suspended back there in Russia. Here is the enamored narrator addressing a basic difference between his beloved in the novel Alia and himself. The narrator says, "You feel attached to the world of culture, Alia. To which one? There are many. Every country has its own culture, which no foreigner can appropriate. My heart aches for Petersburg. Its streets are constantly on my mind. You, on the other hand, can't return to Russia because you love France, but you aren't likely to die of grief for her. Your culture is all too pan-European." I forgot to mention that this is a real picture of Elsa Triolet flirting with young Shklovsky, right, before she moves to France permanently. This idea in Shklovsky reflects what Jan Mohammed argues to be the destiny of the exile. Among the four modes of border crossing in his theory, of the exile, the immigrant, the colonialist, and the scholar, the exile in Shklovsky's guise is the one who feels displaced, uprooted, homeless. In other words, as Jan Mohammed argues, quote, while both the exile and the immigrant cross the border between one social or national group and another, the exile stance toward the new host city is negative, the immigrants positive. That is, the notion of exile always emphasizes the absence of home, of the cultural matrix that formed the individual subject. Hence, it implies an involuntary or enforced rupture between the collective subject of the original culture and the individual subject. The nostalgia associated with exile, a nostalgia that is structural rather than idiosyncratic, often makes the individual indifferent to the values and characteristics of the host culture. The exile chooses, if indeed she or he has any choice, to live in a context that is least inhospitable, most like home, end quote. The exiled Shklovsky then can hardly tolerate Berlin and its inhabitants, not just German but Russian too, so that in the early fall of 1923, he writes a most peculiar petition to the Central Executive Committee of the Bolshevik Party, asking for their permission for him to return to Russia. With the recommendations and the guarantee of two important writers and key figures of the socialist scene at the time, Maxim Gorky and Vladimir Mayakovsky, Shklovsky is finally permitted to return to the motherland at a price that he is ready to pay. He imposes a kind of censorship on his own future work. Zoo, for instance, is published 5 times in his lifetime, and each edition sees a variety of changes and cuts from the original Berlin version. He remains productive until the end of his life in the USSR, so maybe letter 29 in Zoo, in the book, is a sincere statement after all. He says in it, "I cannot live in Berlin. I am bound by my entire way of life, by all my habits, to the Russia of today. I am able to work only for her, Russia of today." End quote. In contrast, Nabokov seems the perfect embodiment of what Jan Mohammed defines as the immigrant mode of border crossing. Jan Mohammed says, quote, "The immigrant, on the other hand, is not troubled by structural nostalgia because his or her status implies a purposive directedness toward the host culture, which has been deliberately chosen as the new home. Most importantly, his or her status implies a voluntary desire to become a full-fledged subject of the new society," end quote. Even with Dietrich Zimmer's argument in mind that Nabokov did dislike Berlin and never fully embraced the German language and culture, there is a conspicuous desire on his behalf to imbue that same pan-European culture Shklovsky reproachfully mentions in his letters to Alia in Zoo. Although in his 1966 autobiography Speak Memory, Nabokov states that throughout the years, all his work conveys hypertrophied sense of lost childhood, there is a clear attempt at embracing different modes, linguistic variations, and specific cultural entities across borders. Even Nabokov's personal choice to translate into English his earlier works in 1936, 1937, later in 1960, his book, The Gift, until the end of his life, it is a gesture of both crisscrossing and encompassing borders, of opening up to cultural and linguistic words. Between 1922 and 1937, Nabokov is one of the thousands of Russian emigres who settled in Berlin. In the wake of personal tragedy, Nabokov purposefully makes this city a home, or rather, a safe haven for his talent and needs for literary expression. Writing in Russian and publishing in the local emigres journals is a way out for Nabokov, though very soon he's going to identify a powerful source of dissatisfaction. Unlike Shklovsky, Nabokov is not searching for a home in this unhomely European city, but he needs a source of inspiration and a new expression in order to escape from what he detests in literature: cheap realism, convoluted symbolism, and something that he calls irreverently Dostoevshtina, right? This is Dostoevskism, somebody who imitates Dostoevsky, Dostoevshtina. For example, i.e. the poor imitation of Dostoevsky's method by wannabe writers. On many occasions, Nabokov quite definitively rejects the so-called melodramatic muddle and phony mysticism of his great predecessor, not a great lover of Dostoevsky. So what is Nabokov striving after all in his work and in his novel Despair? To go back to Shklovsky's idea of ostranenie, or estrangement, it will be quite appropriate to see the young writer trying to depict objects through language in such a way as to produce in the readers the need to recreate in their own minds the world they inhabit. Even as late as in his 1967 interview, Nabokov simply notes, quote, "I think what I would welcome at the close of a book of mine is a sensation of its world receding in the distance and stopping somewhere there, suspended afar like a picture in a picture." For example, he gives name The Artist Studio by Van Brock, which has a play on different focus, different horizon, and so on. So it's an interesting picture. So he imagines his work like this. You read the book, and then another window, door, whatever is open, and you are engulfed by text and its consequences, let's call it. More than sense of nostalgia for a home found in Shklovsky and more of a desire to rework language and literary form, this is what is looming in Nabokov's text as evident in his short story, A Guide to Berlin, written in Berlin. In a series of impressions and scenes, rather than through a plot and characters, the story experiments with the reader's imagination to build an impressive image. Quote, "Every large city has its own man-made Eden on earth. If churches speak to us of the gospel, zoos remind us of the solemn and tender beginning of the Old Testament. The only sad part is that this artificial Eden is all behind bars, although it is also true that if there were no enclosures, the very first dingo dog, will savage me. It is Eden nonetheless, insofar as man is able to reproduce it, and it is with good reason that the large hotel across from the Berlin Zoo is named after that garden, because the hotel is a zoo for human beings, right? This is the idea. Berlin is a place where experiment more than nostalgia will flourish in the years to follow. The city will be the setting of the loathsome endeavor an immoral protagonist in the novel Despair to commit the perfect murder and to eulogize it in a book of his own. Berlin here will be an unobtrusive backdrop to a human tragicomedy, a city that will welcome the special talent of Nabokov to evoke the spirit of a place, not simply to describe it. As his famous commentator Brian Boyd points out, quote, "Nabokov evokes scenes as few can do. His scenes are tightly consistent, exact, literal, specific, surprising, economical, evocative, quickly set up, and often quickly dismissed. Nabokov uses detail with the eye of a naturalist, a photographer, a painter, and a poet. Visual, natural, social, locomotory, and gestural particulars seen from the outside, but also felt from the inside. Nabokov's novel Despair, then, can be studied with the idea that it captures scenes in the spirit of experience like very few other émigré writers have done. It does not strive after moralizing or precision of description, but on the contrary, at capturing what Jan Mohammed calls homelessness as home. Namely, it, quote, accentuates a jouissance derived from the transitoriness, from privileging process and relationship over allegiance to groups or to object representing reified relationships. It privileges the pleasure of border crossing and transgression. I'm good, I have 2 pages. Unlike Shklovsky's Zoo, Despair is purposefully toying with expectations and literary traditions. A novel about a novel, it reminds contemporary readers of postmodern metafictional work, and yet it drives also our expectations in the direction of a very traditional detective genre. The criminal / narrator / protagonist / writer, Herman, is hardly a crime genius, although he is quite assured of his powers to tell story, to tell stories well, probably like one too many writers among Nabokov's contemporaries. He says, Herman says, if I were not perfectly sure of my power to write and of my marvelous ability to express ideas with the utmost grace and vividness, etc., etc. For Herman, the inside book is a tale, but for Despair's author, Nabokov, the outside book is a novel. Here, it is the beginning of a very dramatic relationship, which could be characteristic of a postmodern text, yet it is totally unexpected in a novel written back in 1952. If, however, true exile is a condition of terminal loss, quote Edward Said, the search for a new linguistic expression and breaking down of literary models and standards is something that Nabokov could vigorously enact from his position in Berlin. As a complex outsider, insider in a pan-European culture, he could evoke images and scenes with the language that he had learned as a child in his native Russia, but he could also develop his techniques through extensive reading of literary masters from other cultures and immersing himself into the polyglot culture of his adopted homes. In other words, to the homelessness as home that Jan Mohammed refers to in his work, Nabokov eagerly adds the twist which Said, via Lukács, defines as transcendental homelessness, the spiritual and intellectual homelessness which requires the writer to exile himself or herself from the banal, the repetitive, and the unimaginative in order to achieve the sense of cosmopolitan belonging. I'll skip the ending. I think that this can end it altogether. My interest, just to say, and I'll stop, my interest in the whole thing is, of course, the notion of exile, but also in a search which is going to go on for a while, I hope, during the project, in a search for those expressions that are not overtly political, yet they speak for search in the writer or attempt of the writer to depict, to portray, to do panoramas of societies, places, and so on, unaware or aware, masterfully aware that they're doing something political without using the words. Last quote, I promise. No. Last quote. It is also, okay, I'm shutting up. It is also in the abstract, actually. I was going to finish with that. In an interview, Nabokov says about his book, Despair. Listen. Despair, in kinship with the rest of my books, has no social comments to make, no message to bring to its thief. It does not uplift the spiritual organ of man, nor does it show humanity the right exit. In this way, it reminds me a little bit of some of the books we were discussing, including today's Molloy, that sometimes the message is in the lack of optimistic promise and so on. Okay? Thank you. Ears, of course. Be very clear. Question over there? Okay. Very much, thank you.
So much for your talk. I like these writers very much and these works that you discussed as well. I was thinking about the chronotope, of course, while you were giving this talk and thinking about how to kind of like activate it in this thinking. And what struck me the most was kind of these different relations to the Russian Revolution. And like on the one hand for Shklovsky, who has this like strange like fellow traveler relationship to the Bolshevik parties, kind of anti-Bolshevik, but then he goes back to the Soviet Union anyway. The revolution is this like open space of future possibility. Yeah. Whereas from a Nabokov, it's this like break that creates this nostalgic past that he then continues in his later writing, and especially speak memory to constantly kind of like articulate, right? In this like ever more fictionalized way.
I guess I'm really interested in the chronotope myself as this way of thinking about historical consciousness. Like, how does the chronotope bring literature into history or connect literature to history in this way? Against Nabokov's nostalgia, you have Shklovsky's kind of anti-nostalgia. And I guess my question is, like, how do you see this question of history there? You touch upon this in your talk, but I was wondering if you could make this more
That's
explicit.
going to be volume 2 probably when I start when I start writing the book. Yeah, I understand. Sorry, are you finished?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. I promise not to speak of Bakhtin, of course, and his notion of chronotope and so on. The first part of the term, the chronos, is very important. And it is exactly the one which is related to history and historical memory, right? And as every place and its peoples is going to be loaded with history, with references and so on, the chronotope turns out to be a key moment in literary criticism and also in the performative that we see in Shklovsky and Nabokov. In other words, their literature is not simply read for the ideas, but should be read also for the depiction of these very memorable places, very memorable returns to history and memory. Like, as I said, Shklovsky's Zoo, a novel not about love, is really not about love. It's about the place and the people around it. Later, if we have time to discuss the gift, it is how a Russian writer, the protagonist, how a Russian writer, again an emigre, is looking at the history of Russian literature and vis-a-vis his own interest in writing. Why is he writing? Is it to imitate Dostoevsky, or is it to overcome certain things? So cultural memory, historical memory. How different people are dealing with that is a different issue. Shklovsky, despite personal loss, goes back and becomes, the picture is then, but you'll find him in front of bookcases, writing the correct theory and so on, becoming the father of, together with the others, becoming father of formalism, while Nabokov refuses that. For him, the memory is something different, which is to carry around the world and not forget, but reinterpreting his work. So history is something that is not to be evaded, but rather to be dealt with in different ways, in the different theories and understandings of writing. So the chronotope becomes that marker which is sort of the crossroad, the confluence of the ideas of space and time. That's why my abstract was talking a little bit about Albert Einstein, because Bakhtin really got impressed by the idea that space-time is one thing, and it depends on the point of view of the observer, how we're going to judge, how we're going to see the things around us, right?
Yes, yeah, because Bakhtin, he quotes Einstein on the first page of the chronotope essay. But I guess what's interesting to me about the concept of the chronotope is that it depersonalizes the space-time thing. So it's not just individual.
The chronotope depersonalizes?
Yes, insofar as like it lets us kind of see these textures of specific historical relations or space-time.
No, I don't think.
You don't think so?
No,
because think of in Bakhtin is like talking about adventure time in the novel, or these different generic kind of forms.
But that's exactly because he's not a practicing writer. It is the writer who is going to take a concept, let's say from theory, if they care. They're going to take a theoretical concept and try to embody it in the literary language through, I don't know, plot, character, and so on. What Bakhtin is doing is just outlining a general philosophy, a general theory of how literature works, what the picaresque is, what's the chronotope, and so on. So we are not going to have this taste of literature if you're reading Dostoevsky, not Dostoevsky, Bakhtin, vis-a-vis reading, for example, Nabokov. I would imagine Berlin very clearly reading Nabokov, reading Shklovsky, rather than reading theoretically about the chronotope. So the chronotope is a theoretical tool, which only when embodied in a novel could bring history, personality, individual together. Am I?
I understand. Maybe we disagree about the chronotope, but thank you so much.
I have some time later to disagree over coffee. And James, you couldn't resist when you heard Jan Mohammed. I knew it.
Thank you so much for extensively quoting a scholar from my country, Jan Mohammed, who tries to make sense of the experiences of immigrant scholars, intellectuals. as he calls them. Now, he theoretically talks about two categories of intellectuals. One he calls the specular border intellectual, and the other one the syncretic border intellectual. The syncretic border intellectual tries to make sense of both the cultures, and the other one, you know, abandons both of them. But Nabokov, interestingly, holds on to the former, you know, attachment to the former culture, and totally tries not to, you know, does not make much attempt to, you know, flow with the current culture where he is located. Now, this would be a very good point for you to make a theoretical intervention and come up with your own term to describe this kind of phenomenon, where a particular scholar just ignores, the culture that he is currently living with. I don't know how you would describe Nabokov. Is he
immigrant, syncretic?
That is your term.
That's what I said, that's what I think, in comparison with Shklovsky, of course. But also, if you think about it, I'm interested in that topic, which I've been analyzing in a while. I wrote a paper on Henry Miller, the American writer, expatriate in Paris in the 20s, 30s. Of course, there are so many other examples, Hemingway, Gertrude Stein, and so on. But I focused on Henry Miller because of the offensive language that he felt that he has to use in his novel. Anyway, the idea of going somewhere, being in a different culture interests me a lot. I did some work on Julia Kristeva for that reason as well, for crisscrossing and Julia Kristeva. For crisscrossing cultures, borders, and operating in different languages. Because I felt affinity with the whole thing. A lot of discourses around where you're coming from, don't you miss your country, what is the language of operation that you're using, don't you speak your native language, and so on. The sense that people have to be ashamed if they feel comfortable in another culture. And when I read John Mohammed, I said, I'm also an immigrant type. In other words, I make home very easily if I go somewhere and if I pick up the language quickly. So I am I'm attracted by this idea that there are two kinds of people. The émigré is not necessarily somebody who is suffering, who cannot find expression and so on. Like Nabokov, for example, his productivity was really astonishing, although he was not publishing that much during his Berlin years. So he spent like 15 years or something in Berlin. His production never stopped, never slowed down, despite his attitude to the city. I think that there is a common feature between him and Shklovsky in this idea. They didn't really dislike this onslaught of Russians, like 3 million Russians in Berlin, because they saw it like a great movement of Russians into another place, so like little Russia around the Tiergarten. So basically, I think that their dislike for Berlin comes from that. It's not the usual cold city, I don't understand the German language, I don't like the Germans, but it is the sense that although they immigrated, they ended up living in a small-shaped Russia. And because of that, they had to live with the same problems, basically, that they were trying to evade. The father of Nabokov was shot in the center of Berlin by another pro-monarchy émigré. So the immigrants between themselves, they couldn't see eye to eye. They couldn't share common ideas. So they were quite uprooted, quite lost, bringing the same problems from Russia, but on a different territory. Shklovsky couldn't deal with that. Quickly chose, although he probably had personal feelings, but he decided that he's going to be better off going back to Russia. Well, Nabokov never looked back. He just ignored. He overcame this sense of being stuck in a Russian milieu, and he dedicated himself to writing. This is the interesting thing also, as I said, in the gift in the novel. it is about the attempt of somebody to get over the petite, the small, the banal, the trite, which is brought by such a large immigrant community. He says no connection to social comments, no, but it is a social comment on different levels. Although he tried a crime novel, it is also a political novel, because you can see how the criminal, Herman, is dealing with his environment, how he's operating, what he wants to do. So it's an interesting novel. The other one that I'm quoting is actually letters between two lovers. Mostly one is writing, but anyway. So we have two attempts to break even the genre of the classic Russian novel. Detective genre in Russian literature doesn't come so quickly. It's mid to late 20th century development. So you see experimentation, language, thinking, overcoming, doing something, and still we have two different results. One is the immigrant, the other one is the nostalgic exile.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Anyway.
One more context, because just comment for the despair. Because what was striking to me when I was reading this novel first was this process that when he was sure that he has produced his double, yes,
he had found, yeah.
Yeah, then he found and then produced, yeah, and dressed him and so on, his double. And after committing this crime on his own double, yes, what was surprising for the reader, because over the course of the story, yes, we were not prepared for that, that for the detectives, yes, the double was not resembling him at all, right? Yeah. So that is interesting, yes, because maybe the perspective how to read this immigrant person, it is maybe the one who cannot cheat the surrounding society. And this is them who outmaneuver, yes, outmaneuver the immigrant, right? Because he cannot, read all these codes, right? And his perception of the surrounding society here in Berlin, yes, is flat, yes, and less accurate, yes, than their perception of him, yes. So I would even say that he fails to be a Picaro, right? He cannot cheat them. Yes, they outmaneuver him, and this is even about chronotope. Yes, he thinks that he will be mastering chronotope, right? The place, the time, and the reverse occurs the fact, right? This is the detectives, yes, who maneuvered the chronotope. Yeah. They knew what was the place of the crime, how it was prepared, and they know where he resides at the end, and they catch him, right? So maybe this is the story about immigrant cannot cheat the society that surrounds him. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. There is also a little twist to that story that when Nabokov was writing this novel, he had the bigger metaphor probably about those writers who are trying to imitate. So finding the double. It's only in the eye of Herman who decides that this is my double, I have to commit the perfect crime. The person that he identifies as a double has nothing to do visually with him. And double is exactly the one who can fool me, that somebody can think that we're the same. Nabokov was writing with tongue-in-cheek, basically, sort of referring to those writers who wanted desperately to imitate Dostoevsky. Those who are trying to find the voice, but the voice is not there. Those who are trying to imitate the spirit, but the spirit is not there. In a way, it is like a metaphor for the failed attempt, and that's what happens at the end. Herman is arrested because he couldn't fool anybody. So the metaphor of imitating Dostoevsky is not the easiest shortcut to fame for any Russian. You're not supposed to be writing like Dostoevsky just because you happen to be Russian. You have to find your own voice. So he has other works as well where he has this sort of hidden metaphor of the failing writer. Herman is writing in prison, right? He has this metaphor of the failing writer who doesn't manage to express things in his own voice and goes to imitation. One of the dirtiest words probably for Nabokov would be pretending, pretense, trying to be somebody else. And having on your back, having the traditions of 19th century literature like Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Gogol, and so on, this must be one of the issues about any young Russian writer, how to find their own voice. All right, thank you.
Now, it gives me great pleasure to announce our next speaker, BŁAŻEJ WARKOCKI. BŁAŻEJ is professor of Polish literature at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan. His areas of research include Polish literature and gender and queer studies. He has published in Polish and English, including an anthology of Polish queer literature and the book Pamiętnik Afektu Okresu Dojrzewania, Gombrowicz Queer Sedgwick. His talk today is about a very successful novel that provoked a scandal when it was published in 2005, Lubiewo by Michał Witkowski. The German translation of Lubiewo was published by Surkamp in 2007. The title of BŁAŻEJ's talk is Political Parameters of the East European Queer Novel, The Case of Lubiewo by Michał Witkowski. I'm looking forward to your talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a kind introduction and for this wonderful conference. And yeah, I'll be talking about Lubiewo, which is translated in English as Lovetown. So it looks like that. So the release year, it was 2005, and actually it was the end of 2004, which means that we will soon have 20th anniversary of the premiere of the novel. First of all, I have to say that it is kind of a work in progress. At the moment, there are several, or even more than a dozen editions of Lubiewo, and each successive edition differs from the previous one in small changes. In fact, today it is difficult to talk about the original version of Lubiewo. Here's the first one, by the way. I have it with me. Of course, it has many translations into various languages: English, German, French, Czech, and more. I think there are more than 10 right now. And from the perspective of reception, as it was said, it was very high profile, very widely read book, probably one of the most famous after 1989, although controversial, of course, because queer characters were not very nice people in that novel. And there was an attempt to read it from the perspective of, let's say, high modernism, so there was distinction between real literature and utilitarian literature in literary criticism of that time, and it was kind of depoliticization of the novel. I will talk about it later. And of course, maybe I could say that it was one of the most famous queer novels from Central and Eastern Europe. Queer, not gay, because gay, the word gay was connected with the West, and queer with kind of nostalgia for communism. And of course, it was the clear and uncompromised thematization of homosexual identity in very local Polish identity. And formally, it was partly autofiction built from pieces, models that do not necessarily combine into a coherent narrative. But they are united by the character of Michaszka Literatka, who will be kind of alter ego of the author to this particular day. And translations, a little bit about that. as I said, there are a lot of translations here, 4 of them. So it was Lubiewo in Lubiewo in Polish, Hypnice in Czech, Lubiewo in French, Lubiewo in German, and Lovetown, translated by William Martin in English, and I'm taking this information from that particular article by Alessandro Menda, who is translation of Lubiewo himself into Italian. And one fun thing I noticed that, because we have to remember that Lubiewo is a real place. It is holiday resort by the Baltic Sea, and it was, of course, a German town before the Second World War, and it was called Misdroy. And the Lubiewo part was called Liebeseele. I am not very much into German, but I think it has some connection with love. So I think that William Martin was probably inspired by original German name of that place. Okay, and there were continuation and kind of reinterpretation of the novel. There in 2015 or 16, there was another novel, 25, which is connected with Lubiewo, and I will be talking about that novel. 25, as you see, it means 25, but it is written in Polish way, in Polish pronunciation. And there's another one, Stop Kraba, Dzień Kubański, 100 Dogs for Killing a Cuban Journal, which is in fact not released. There's connection with Lubiewo as well. It's not released. You can buy it directly from the author because he didn't want to publish it because he thinks it's too controversial. So we deal with a very controversial author. Political parameters I will be talking about. First of all, I'll be talking a little bit, unfortunately, about the very old-fashioned concept of national canon. Then I'll be talking a little bit of Polish history because it's very much rooted in Polish history. I'll be talking about counterpublics and about endemic Polish tradition of queer theory, transgressia. Then I'm a little bit inspired by negative, so-called negative technical theory from Lubiewo Manner to Have and Love. A little bit inspired by performativity of shame because, in fact, Lubiewo was built on affect of shame. But first of all, I am very much inspired by the concept of Polish philosopher Monika Bobaka, implosion of political field. I will not develop too much about it, but I would like to say that that's the article, The Jew, the Arab, the Pole, March 1968 in Poland and the History of Alliance between Second and Third Worlds. And it's from the book Hope is of a Different Color, from Global South to the Łódź Film School. And the book is about connection between so-called Second and so-called Third World during the state socialism in Poland. And now it's a little bit forgotten narrative right now in Poland. It's about students from Africa, from socialist republics, who went to People's Republic of Poland to study in quite prestigious film school in Łódź. That's the book about, but the article is of course about the anti-Semitic events that happened in Poland in 1968. In Communist Party and in society as well, which resulted in exclusion of Polish Jews. But that article is important for me because Monika Bobaka tries to explain why left politics was structurally impossible since 1968 in Poland. I will not develop it, but it's really interesting that lack of left politics in Poland. National canon, I have to say a little bit about it because I think it's quite important. As you see, pattern of collective Polish identity, which means that entering Polish canon means kind of symbolic recognition. There are two historical examples. The first one is Winchanka, who was in fact first Jewish female poet that entered Polish canon, and the second one is the first female Roma poet who entered Polish canon, and it meant that it was not important important for them, but it was important for the ethnic minority as well. So I have to say that political that is quite important in Polish context. I mean the concept of the national canon. Here is the quotation I would like to put in that context. That's the quotation from Frederick Jameson we are talking about, and it sounds a little bit harsh, in fact. The third world literatures in the era of multinational capitalism. It was published in the end of the 80s, and he said something quite horrible. Let me now, by the way of sweeping hypothesis, try to say what all third world cultural productions seem to have in common and what distinguishes them radically from analogous cultural forms in the first world. All third world texts are necessarily, I want to argue, allegorical and in a very specific way. They are to be read as what I would call national allegories, even when, or perhaps I should say, particularly when the forms develop out of predominantly Western nationalism of representation, such as the novel. So, of course, we don't use the terms first world, second world, and third world, and we don't associate the novel so much with the West, but still the intuition that literature in small countries can, in minor languages, can function as national allegories is very tempting to me, and I can recognize it, in fact, in my own experience as a scholar of Polish literature. Of course, we can reformulate it in terms of Immanuel Wallerstein, and we can say that national canon of literature can function as national allegory in peripheries or semi-peripheries of global capitalism. And another important quotation before we go into discussing Lovetown, canon and homosexuality in Polish literature, and that's a quotation from German Rietz, who is Swiss scholar of Polish, not only Polish literature. That's the end of the 90s, and in fact he was the first one who asked that kind of question, links between Polish canon and homosexuality, and he asked the question, is there Polish homosexual literature? And he answered yes, but it hides its own presence more than any other homosexual literature from Europe or America. But this secrecy allows it to take part in literary canon more than in cases of any other comparable literature. So as you see, it's a kind of paradox, but still, because of the fact that homosexuality was so hidden, it takes a large part in Polish canon. And now I would like to talk a little bit about that Polish tradition of queerness, and it's very much connected with that particular book of Między, which is part of Transgresja, that is a series of anthologies that was published in Poland in the 80s by Maria Janion. And here are some informations about the anthologies. It was a very important part of Polish literary intellectual life in the 70s and 80s, absolutely central, though with minor records, so it was not any cant publics published throughout the 80s and resulting from a seminar taking place in the 70s in University of Gdańsk. The important two volumes were, two first volumes were Garanicy Wrażliwości, Slice of Sensitivity from the 1981 and At Między Outsiders from 1982. In fact, the Polish term odmieńcy was used as equivalent of the term queer from the late 90s. And there are some other following details. So there was no introduction of these anthologies. There were literary texts, Polish and foreign, mostly French. There were translations. For example, there were first fragments of History of Sexuality by Michel Foucault, so the type of Kosowski, Lenin, Zobek, Genet was quite important. There are essays about outsiders like Jean Genet and Maria Komornicka-Piotrowska was in fact the first, well, not the first, but was the transgender poet who was discovered by Maria Janion. And that is a book by Hans Meyer, which was quite important as inspiration for Maria Janion. It was published in 1975. And if you're not familiar, probably very familiar with the book, author distinguished the others of European cultures, a woman, a Jew, and a homosexual. And the intellectual starting point of the concept was the concept of transgression, and that was the inspiration for these anthologies. But I'm talking about that because of one paradox. However, if Meyer's book was an intellectual inspiration for Janion, a co-editors of Transgression, there is one mysterious fact to be resolved. In the first two volumes I mentioned, this inspiration can be seen very clearly as it centers around figures of woman and a homosexual. The question is why, following Meyer's lead, Jewish themes do not appear here or in any subsequent volumes. And the answer that comes to mind, Jewish themes after Polish March 1968, may have proved to be traumatic and potentially full of consequences. In this sense, taking up homosexual themes in the late 70s and 80s may have been easier than Jewish ones. And because of that, I would say that homosexual theme was not very much political theme at that time because there was no subject behind it. So we are in the 70s and 80s, and now a little bit about that particular anthology, which in fact is one, and that one belongs to the counterpublics. It's completely unknown. That's the same anthology, Diskrete Leidenschaft und homosexuelle Prosa aus Polen, made by Wolfgang Miling, and then translated into Polish as Diskrete Namiętności, Antologia Polskiej Prozy Homoerotycznej in Poznań. And of course, there are only male authors, and the anthology was focused on male homosexuality, but still, as I said, it was complete counterpublics at the time, so at the end of 80s and beginning of the 90s. And now, political context of Lovetown, because in fact, as you remember, Lovetown was published in 2005, and in 2000 was a huge cultural shift or epistemological breakthrough, and kind of politics of visibility, in fact, started in an emancipatory discourse. And the symbolic thing was Lovetown's campaign. Here you have a photo, one of the photos that appeared in public sphere in Poland, and there was a lot of marches, parades, some of them banned, so there was queerness, we could say, entered public discourse at that time, and that was the time Lubiewo was published, and in literary criticism we could at that time we could find kind of depoliticization of Lubiewo as a real literature, opposed to everything, opposed to politics. And now a little bit about Lubiewo. So the Lubiewo comes out at the beginning of 2005, but describes the 80s and 90s, treated processually, actually without much cutting of 1989. The characters notice the transformation change when shopping malls appear in the place of traditional cruising areas. In addition, Lubiewo sets in motion two complementary fantasies of the time, situated on the east-west line, which should be treated as specific screens of projection. The first, treated by the author as a negative reference point, touches the American TV series Dynasty, while the second, mentioned less frequently, and this is kind of the paradox, and in a much more positive way, concerns the half German book, whose impact begins in the 80s and continues almost constantly to the present day, namely Christiane Welscheninov, Weekender von Bahnhof Zoo. However, this is not the question of trans intertextuality, but precisely it is the question of activation of fantasies. This was a real fantasy in the 90s. They even characterize, I think that's the fantasy that maybe characterized the phantasmagoric dimension of economical transition in Poland. The American TV series Dynasty aired on Polish television since the early 90s, a decade later than in the United States, because it was aired in the 80s, as a specific projection screen whose significance is in a transformation time of the 90s. It is quite easy to decode. In all likelihood, it was viewed through identification. At the time of early capitalism in the deadly neoliberal version, we are living in socialist houses, and phantasmagorically we were Carringtons, the rich family you see. In other words, in the 90s, the American high-budget soap opera presented an obvious picture of capitalist jouissance in Poland, from which we could all take full advantage of. And I'm talking about it because the author Michał Witkowski stated that it was because of Dynasty. It was kind of irony, but not only. Because of Dynasty, he as a teenager ran away from home to the West. This is to Vienna, then to Munich, finally to Switzerland. For he wanted, like Dianka from Lubiewo, that's a part of Lubiewo, go to the other side of the screen. And the second fantasy is more dark and less frequently involved, but it also appears in interviews with Michał Witkowski and a little bit in Lubiewo as well. This is, of course, the book Weekender von Bahnhof Zoo. And what is described, and it is linked, it is very much linked with, or associated with a specific phenomenon described in the book, by the way, very interesting political essay, Poor but Sexy, Culture Clashes in Europe East to West. And there is the phenomenon the author describes, Berlinism. We are in Berlin, so it will be nice to hear what's that. Of course, she's talking about the art, architecture, music, and so on in 70s and 80s and 90s. Within this narrative, creativity is combined with nostalgia and not so rarely with self-destruction. And the shade of this fantasy can be found in Lubiewo as well. Quotation, I, mistaking artistry for smoking at the time, mistaking being an artist for drinking, mistaking writing for casual sex, for autumn, for everything. It was the year 1988. I was about 16 years old. And there is there is another interesting point, but I will probably cut it out because there was, in the novel, there was the distinction between, I will tell it in Polish, and there are really not nice words, geje versus pedały, which was translated into English as gays versus queer. And it was not only translated into English as well, but it was translated as such by American queer theory, and it had some consequences. And here is the moment in my text when I try to, in fact, deconstruct that, opposition. But of course, we have to say that Michał Witkowski liked it very much. So in one of his interviews, he says, "I have the word gay, which I associated with Stephen from Dynasty. It is a product of politically correct mass culture." And Magda Szcześniak took that as a good point and wrote a chapter in her book about it. But I will cut it out, that deconstruction of that binarism, and I will tell you why. In 2016, Michał Witkowski is releasing another novel, 25, a kind of spin-off of Lubiewo, which is at the same time builds on the autobiographical mythology already created. Witkowski, as I said, developed here one of the particles of Lubiewo entitled Dianka. So Dianka is the small part of Lubiewo. This is the story of 16-year-old Milan from Bratislava, who runs away from home to Vienna, to the West, driven by his fascination and desire for a different life. The West here is, of course, the screen of the young protagonist's projection. Over there is supposed to be more beautiful, more careful, more emancipatory, and of course, more rich. Unfortunately, the young Eastern European is quickly disappointed, not only because Dianka very quickly, I quote, tasted the one unique flavor that the West takes on when you don't have a penny, end of the quote, but also because the only kind of work for young Milan in Vienna was prostitution at the Karlsplatz station, around which, quotation, lots of Poles, Czechs, Romanians, Russians, and of course also Austrians circulated. In interviews and television programs, Michał Witkowski suggested a biographical component of this plot, making it unambiguously clear that Milanek from Bratysława could be Michałek from Wrocław. This very motive was developed, as I said, in 25 as a whole novel, rather than a short episode. It described the milieu of young boys from East prostituting in Vienna and Zurich. And that novel had a really good reception, but by one thing I think was not noticed. Because what was not noticed, however, was the very peculiar construction of the novel based on specifically related two characters. Not one, as one might expect it, not 3, 5, or 8, two. One is the first person, the main character, a narrator, and the other, the third person character, Dianka, to whom the former often gives advice. The vision of functions is also clear. The first person narrator, after a few slip-ups at the beginning of the novel, begins to be a winner in the brutal world of young East European sex workers. He gains a steady posh client, drives an expensive car, and is quite rich. Unlike Dianka, the other character who becomes a perpetual victim, beaten, humiliated, and abused, and the last scenes deprived of, quotation, the last thing that she has left, shame. Ending up at the train station among beggars and having a fantasy. This is a complete final scene of the novel of being a trash, who, along with other colored trash from the West, is pushed by the great garbage man to the East. Therefore, it is worth looking at the two characters of 25 as two sides of the same traumatized subject. Subject split into parts, the one that serves to survive and is the winner, and the one that is the victim and from which was, the one who is the victim and from which one was dissociated in order to survive. The survival rules by the way, are written down very precisely in the decalogue of the first-person protagonist. This is the key moment of the novel. At the same time, self-therapy, rules of survival, and almost an existential soul. Quotation. I am your own creation. You are, he says to yourself, you are your own creation, you are God to yourself, you are only interested in your own self-interest. You do not sacrifice yourself either for other people or for society. You are evil. When you can, you still lie, all methods allowed to enrich yourself. You save money for luxuries and luxury trips because only such boys can be loved by the rich and taking them on the yacht of their lives. You trust no one. You have no understanding for the weakness of others, but especially for your own. And while this decalogue of 25 main character, the rules for survival in the sex market, in a metaphorical sense, can be read as rules for success in neoliberal capitalism. That's a kind of a trick in that text, because most of the points, without modification, could be repeated by both Blake Carrington from the Dynasty, if you remember, or Logan Roy from Succession, if you are a fan of the TV series, because I am. The traumatic component of 25 as quasi-autobiographical spin-off of Lubiewo naturally deconstruct the basic binarisms and the American-centric interpretations, thus gays versus queer as normalizing and anti-normalizing identity machines. This binarism may simply be much more firmly immersed in the East European context of that time. Thus, they point to the East-West distinction as the axis of power relations, which has a distinctly economic dimension. In other words, even if the biographical dimension of 25 is only partial, it is completely understandable that what Michał Witkowski said around the time of releasing of Lubiewo. I had the word gay, which I associated with Stephen from Dynasty. If you remember, Stephen was a gay guy in Dynasty. From the perspective of the experience outlined in the spin-off, gay must have bad connotations. He's a wealthy West European who, using his cultural and economic privilege, buys sex from young East Europeans. From the perspective of such a subject looking at the fantasy spin, that is, TV spin showing Dynasty, and emancipatory narratives in the guise of gay Stephen in that TV series in the 90s, and the form from the position placed in the frame of neoliberal post-socialism using the term of Michał Buchowski, he must see one thing above all, falsehood. And this has little to do with normalization politics, but it is a reflection of a broader issue concerning the power relations. And, well, that's in fact the end, but I didn't want to end in a so pessimistic way. So I'd like to mention at the end one book, which in fact, in my opinion, is the most important political book or book with political component. That is Moja ukochana i ja by the Natalies, My Beloved and Me. That's in fact not a novel, but autobiographical essay and it appeared in the context of another book we have it over there, Cała siła, którą czerpie na życie, which can be translated as All the Power Age of Life, Testimonies, Accounts, Memories of LGBTQ People in Poland, released in 2022. And it's a collection of memories. It's a really big book, and it's almost 1,000 pages, and 100 memories and autobiographies. So, in my opinion, we came from fiction of autofiction to autobiography right now, and this kind of a book and this genre has a really political value right now in Poland.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I have two connected questions. One is if you can maybe comment a bit more about the relation or the difference between this category of the queer novel, or I don't know, I've been reading about also a gay novel or lesbian novel and so on, and the possible but probably neglected queer moments or aspects or some hints in the novel in general. So between these two kinds of tensions that are, one is the category, the genre, and the other is a possibility of interpretation or meaning that is probably marginalized in the traditional kind of reading of the novel. And the other would be the relation between the term queer as a non-normative or non-heteronormative and the intervention in the form of the novel, because not only in some kind of abstract sense, but in, for example, different ways of framing how do we speak about queer in literature, for maybe finding queer in the novels that are not categorized as queer, and maybe some possibilities of redefinition in that way. So I don't know if I was clear enough.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for the question. I have to think about it a little bit. Yes, there are different levels, I think, of answering the question. I mean, first of all, as far as I remember, the difference between gay and queer in queer conferences, in Poland especially, was something that we are fighting for a very, very long time. And then there was a kind of a conclusion, there's no big difference, like in the United States, for example. And of course, right now, probably we can say that some novels are more queer than gay, and I'm thinking about Polish literature, and Lubiewo, 25, Cuban Journal, about which I was not talking about, could be the queer novel more than others that are more gay or lesbian. But I think that essay could be categorized as queer as well, because there is that question of variety of of gender spectrum, of sexuality, and something like that is for sure quite important thing. But of course, that one is much more positive. It's more about love, in fact. And Witkowski writes that kind of witty but dark version of queerness, I would say. But of course, we could look back at history of literature and find queer moments. And German Reitz pointed out that there are a lot of hidden homosexuality in Polish canon, especially male homosexuality. And of course, it can be read, I think, from 19th century to this very day. And in fact, we did it. I mean, me and my colleagues, Alessandra Menta and Tomasz Kaliszczak, Alessandra was mentioned here, is from Rome in Italy, and Kaliszczak from Katowice, and we published an anthology of Polish queer literature, quite big, and we started to, look for small fragments that looked suspicious for us or could be read in a different way, and we found a lot of them. And of course, it depends on what we think about, because when we're reading Polish 19th century literature, we are looking for strange homosocialities, for example, that close same-sex relations that were not sexual but very romantic, much more romantic than could be today. So I think that, queer can be the category that can be projected, used as a kind of umbrella term, and a kind of umbrella term of tools to read old literature, and is very useful as a tool. I'm not going to answer your questions, but that's what I can say right now.
Okay, I would just like to add a bit more about, is it like a thematic category, or it can also be read in certain texts as a non-normativity of the form? What do you think about the political effects where this queerness is also queering of the form, in a comparison where it stays a thematic category?
Interesting question. I think that I'm trying to think about it. And I think that specific form that, for example, Michał Witkowski used, that was not traditional novel with traditional narrative, but fragments, different stories, partly true, but partly not true. You couldn't say, and that strange thing that it's even difficult to call a novel was, could be described as a kind of queer on the level of genre. And I think that only this kind of a novel would work and has had that impact more than traditional novel. But that book is much more traditional in a way. It's an autobiographical, personal essay. But of course, there are some difficulties in form as well. But I think that still it is very much, can be described as a not queer novel, but queer text. Because not so much about the genre and the formal things, but this thing as well, but mostly about how it is written and the thematic, and especially, I think right now, the question of gender plurality. And that's something she described and embodied very precisely. So, yeah, I think that, yeah, probably I don't think about it too much, but there is still that problem of genre and how the novel or the text is built off.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much again for your talk. I was wondering if there are queer models of political community that influence non-queer culture, and if
community that influenced
non-queer culture,
okay,
and how important books are for this kind of influence.
Community. Well, I think that right now, when I look at the Polish literature, but not only, the question, because you know, I have to notice one more thing, that from political point of view, LGBT people in Poland achieve a lot, because there was a really big change in Poland, but in from political perspective didn't, and especially legal perspective, didn't achieve anything. Because there is no recognition of same-sex relationships, marriages, and now transgender people are under attack. So it's something like that. But I think when you're asking about community, I think that the notion of friendship started to be quite important, and I think that friendship can be, you know, the basis of community. So friendship as something not institutional, but something that can make a community. I don't know if it influence straight culture, but probably in a way it could.
Sorry for asking the question, because I can ask a question to WARKOCKI any time, but I was preventing myself from giving examples of Lubiewo during this conference, because Lubiewo is probably the novel of the highest impact in the Polish literature of the new millennium. You cannot give any more powerful example, yeah, of the book, yes, that influenced, yes, the reception of literature, the visibility, yes, of the gay LGBT problem. And so my question is, how do you see the reason, yes, why this change of perception and sensibility occurred? Yes, because maybe you disagree, but from my side, yes, it was like an explosion. Yes, no one could pretend that he doesn't know what is Lubiewo. Yes, because it was like popular culture product. Yes, Michał Witkowski was invited to the most popular talk shows and so on and so on. It was huge craze about this book, really. Yes, so. How would you comment, yes, this change of sensibility from your point of view? Just to give one example, there is a set of stories, for example, how was it like to make love with Soviet soldiers next to the barracks during communism, yes? And that changed my perception of the Red Army until today, right? Yeah, I'm just joking, but WARKOCKI, how would you comment this influence, yes, of Lubiewo on this field of sensibility?
I see three reasons. First of all, it's a quite good literature. Second of all, it was released in a very specific moment in time. And as I tried to describe, it was not in a vacuum. There was a context that, because, you know, there were novels, characters that appeared in the 90s, but they were not recognized by the critics too much, and suddenly context made it very visible. And so it's a quite good literature. Of course, the person of Michał Witkowski is important as well. He became a celebrity, as we remember. He tried to, you know, join fashion industry for a moment. He was in the tabloids and so on, so the ups and downs of his career. So yeah, unfortunately, I am a little bit, maybe, as you said, a little bit of, I'm not quite sure it's a Marxist approach, but still I think that the context worked for Michał Witkowski in the 2000s, even though he didn't want to notice it. Very much didn't want to notice it and was opposed to that, and is opposed to this particular day. But of course, everything changed in Poland, and there were scandals and so on. So Michał Witkowski likes scandals a lot. I think that, and because, you know, the novel was, as I said, it's a kind of the work in progress, right? So there are new versions, and he tries to say that it's more radical than it was before. And of course, he writes new books. So I think that, you know, he's quite good at creating kind of persona, because, I could say that he's kind of the perfect in real life, in fact. So I think it helps to keep attention. Writes and is a performer, so it's a good recipe for being successful in literature. Yeah.
It is my pleasure to open up this last panel of the day and of the conference. So as we established the program, we conceived this last panel as a kind of practical exercise. We didn't think we'll end up with a definitive answer to our question and to a definition of the genre as such, but we were quite confident that maybe we'll be able to recognize or identify a political novel when we read one. And that's why we are really grateful to NENAD IVIČ to raise the question. Is Pierre Michon, the 11, Les 11, a political novel? NENAD IVIČ is professor of French literature in the Faculty of Philosophy and Social Sciences at the University of Zagreb. He's professor emeritus of the University of Rijeka in Croatia, and he specializes in ancient and medieval historiography, but also in medieval and contemporary French literature and in literary theory more generally. And he also has a special interest for music, as was mentioning. I'll just mention 3 articles he recently wrote. First, in 2018, Will Freedom Sing as Beautifully as Captives Sang About It? Very beautiful title. Reshaping the Croatian Canon, 1945-1955, which was published in a volume, Socialist Realism in Central and Eastern European Literatures. And then 2 recent articles about French contemporary literature. One in 2020, Où en est la nuit, monsieur, écrire la terreur, which has a direct link to what, yeah, to what we'll discuss right now. A quote from Shklovsky. And then a second one, La guerre civile des noms, Histoire, littérature, document, leçon de Pascal Quignard, which was published in a very interesting volume, actually, titled Territoire de la non-fiction, Non-Fiction Territories, cartographie d'un genre émergent. So the authors also took this not only metaphor, but maybe concept or tool from cartography. So we are very pleased to hear you and looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Actually, the title of my presentation, as you have seen, is Pierre Michon, the 11, a political novel? And when I was thinking about this horrible question, well, it's a metaphysical question, so it's very, very dangerous. 3 quotes or 3 phrases hovered in my mind, and they come from Paul Valéry. I think you encountered them in your life. First is about politics, and Valéry says that politics was first the art to prevent people to go about their own business. In a next epoch, on the next thing was added, and it's the art to make people decide about something they don't understand. That's the first quote. The second is also comes from Valéry, and in French is Les optimistes écrivent mal. The optimists write badly. The third comes also from him, and it goes, I don't give a damn about posterity. They are the same morons as us, and even worse. So that's how somewhat frames what I'm going to say today. And I'll start with a quote from Michon from one interview Michon gave in 2015, I think. There are for me, says Michon, certain representations that incarnate history that simultaneously furious and magnificent current. It is the victory of Samothrace. Up on the staircase of Louvre, wings backward, headless. Why make a head when it's history? A robe flowing in the air, all movement, and what can say that 11, that's 11 times the victory of Samothrace. So even this quote goes in several directions. The headless conception of history goes, perhaps some of you are familiar with historiographical literature of French Revolution, the title of Linda Orr's book, Headless History, Writing History in 19th Century France. The other goes with the victory of Samothrace, points towards antiquity. So I'll go through the texts with many detours, some of them concerning 19th century and 20th century historiography on French Revolution, and the other concerning antiquity. And as there seems to be a consensus of critics that history, in all meanings of a word, is an essential category of Pierre Michon's work. And his writing wants to restore to life, on the one hand, anonymous, infamous heroes, or major figures of history of literature and pictorial art, or illustrious figures of great history. The 11 then can be described as a novel on great history. It concerns one of the founding moments of modernity, the French Revolution, and precisely some of its illustrious or notorious figures. Robespierre and the members of the Comité de Salut Public, the Committee of Public Safety, the perpetrators of the terror. And I don't think that, did you read the novel? That's a silly question because that's a question I ask my students every time. You did. So, but I'll permit myself very well. Let's go. First quote is taken from the beginning of the text, first third of the text. Can you see them, sir? All 11 of them, from left to right. Biot, Carreau, Prieur, Couton, Robespierre, Collot, Barrère, Landais, Saint-Just, Saint-André. Unchanging and direct, the commissioners. The great committee of the Great Terror. 4.30 by 3 meters, a bit less than 3. The Ventose painting, so improbable, the painting that has every reason not to be, that so well should not have been, that standing before it we shudder to think that it might not have been. We appreciate the extraordinary luck of history and grand temps. And then a few lines after that, can you see them? It's hard to see them all in one glance now, with those reflections from the glass behind which they've been placed in the Louvre. Proof against bullets, proof against the breath of 10,000 people from all over the world who look at them each day. But they are here, unchanging and direct. And here is their order. So, in Latin, that would be ecce pictura. Suddenly, after a few pages, it is there for us, for a reader, to be read, the painting. It's an epiphany. As the texts go, we are here before it. See how they change, the texts go on, when you move to the left. So he's moving to the left, a political statement, encrypted in the change of perspective of seeing it. The image of 11 men who prefer to be seen like, I quote, figures of Homer rather than the combination of Lycurgus and Alcibiades by which we know them. The painting put into words. Before Christianity, the Greeks defined a mode of expression that they called ekphrasis, which can be translated by putting into words. It goes back to the famous shield of Achilles in the Iliad, representing key protagonists in what was the greatest conflagration in Occidental history, at least for those steeped in ancient philology. The Iliad is an epic. It narrates the sufferings of the Greek, and the historians, when they started to write history, availed themselves of that. Governed by the epic principle, they narrated the great deeds of men. They described the suffering, the eruption of the other, hostility, enemy, war, and made happen the political. And as Derrida pointed out, analyzing Carl Schmitt, you must start from hostility to accede to the political. Revolutionaries enjoyed seeing themselves in Greek attire. Lycurgus and Alcibiades, on the one hand, authoritarian lawgiver and populist politician, Athens and Sparta, represented for them a real alternative when they debated about the shape of their republic. They are the consequences of Homer. Politics springs from poetry detailing hostility, war, and suffering. Hostility to whom? Who is waging war to whom? Alcibiades to Lycurgus, revolutionaries to counter-revolutionaries, tyrant to people. Who is the enemy? 18th century aristocrats, French citizens, or one of those 10,000 people mentioned in the text from all over the world who look at them each day. And the one of them that will supposedly fire a gun, has he got something against the painting, against what it represents, or against the fact that it is put in the museum? And what is that something? Exhibitionism, politics, lunacy. All those questions point to the impossibility to speak of a determinate context, to unambiguously outline a historical context, a space-time of the 11, in spite of its firm chronological anchor, the French Revolution. If the access to the political starts from hostility, and if hostility springs from history or histories, what is history? Headless context of the revolution titillates between past and present, artifact and fact, attitude and act, headless histories of the revolution on the one hand, and their own reference, which are their own reference, and every one of them determines its own enemies. The words, on the other hand, are that of praise. They are described as a masterpiece, ekphrasis, even unfinished, never actually accomplished, as it is in the text, is also epideixis. Speech, discourse, set piece of praise, going back to one-man show of Gorgias, clearing Helen from the culpability of Trojan War. The painting, conjured some to seek from nowhere by the power of words, suddenly comes to exist as an object, and I quote, phantom committee is transformed into a real committee, theatrically real, and the theatrically real object becomes, in the eyes of everybody, objectively the effect of the omnipotence of Logos. That is the reason why a praise is simultaneously, even before anything else, a praise of Logos, as Barbara Cassin points out. A praise of Logos is a performance. Somebody, an ambiguous, omniscient narrator, cicerone or art historian, a combination of lecturer and smooth talker, or media presenter coupled with philosopher journalist, droning on with his vague theories, as the text says, praises the painting to somebody else, singled from the usual crowd, narrating its coming into being. It is a political commission, said the Cicerone, that goes without saying. So let us lower ourselves for a moment and talk politics. Between the narrator and the narratee, beyond hearsay, a fundamental question arises, that of Logos in politics and politics of Logos, of culpability and exculpation of Logos. The performance is not the assembly set in the assembly of some kind, but in the museum. Apparently, the setting, the staircase, the hall, and the museum, Le Louvre, is real, confirmed by a breadth of 10,000 people from all over the world who look at them each day. The painting and its author, Corentin, on the other hand, are invented, not in the sense of some degree of imaginative creation, but in the ancient rhetorical sense of the word, the implied theory being that it is somehow already there, though latent, and does not have to be made up as a mere figment of imagination. The theme is well known. The painting represents 11 members of the Committee of Public Safety, that crux or locus desperatus of French Revolution. The 11 singling, according to the axiological epic principle, a moment in history producing great deeds and great suffering, revolution and terror, praises or blames history in a performance that describes the paintings of the protagonists of terror. The choice of the subject, as Michon said in a great subject known by all, legendary, a community subject, extremely shareable, concerns the whole of the community through the foundations of the Republic. The elaboration of the subject, putting into words or ekphrasis which makes the object, marks beyond the difference, ontology-logology, the moment of political invention, passing from the communion in the values of language via the sense of words and metaphors to the creation of new values. The invention of the painting in literature represents, presumably, beyond the difference reality-fiction, a political invention. These new values, political as they may be, can they be ascribed to the power of particular configuration of words that we call a novel? The title doesn't say so. There is no label of genre, although it is usually referred to as a novel, as a historical novel, a roman historique, because of its generally accepted historical theme. Critics maintain that the 11, in the work of Michon, approaches the most the genre of the novel. Michon himself says that he writes short novels densified, tightened, degreased. But what does it mean to densify, tighten, and degrease a false genre, a non-generic genre that has never stopped traveling, the genre of what has no genre? So here, let's quote from Rossiie repeating Bakhtin and the whole bunch of critics. The impossibility to determine a context, to stabilize and saturate it under the concept of history, is echoed by the impossibility to determine the genre, to stabilize and to saturate the 11 under the concept of novel. History of genre and genre of history are a sea of differentiated meanings, and the 11, with its transverse writing, can be likened to a vessel of words navigating constantly between the current of the living and the current of the dead, laden with, this is a quote from a text, universal fright that makes beautiful paintings, end of quote, and replete with migrants, false papers, and counterfeiters. Falsity of history in all the senses of the word, traveling on the wave of history and high tide of histories from the actual moment to the most remote past and back again. The fright of praise and blame, the sheer force of its being uttered by a verbose and skeptical psychopomp, drives a wedge of dissensus between the readers belonging to a community habituated to mediatize and punctual ethical mobilization as ultimate form of political gathering, and marked by the achieved uniformization of points of view. That's Michon speaking. Common in post-68 thought until today. So, as a conclusion, I take the Deleuze conclusion from 1977, soiled and damaged, revolution must be declared impossible and forever. The 11 is not a straightforward historical novel, as, for example, Victor Hugo, 93, with its vast tableau representing political milieu, ideologically oriented plots, and imposing monumental figures graced with consuming passions embodying political ideas. It doesn't produce, as Hugo did for generations of budding French citizens, an authorized version of the French Revolution to be used in civic education taught in secondary schools. Rather, it presupposes a clean break from the romantic Hugonian tradition of the historical novel and its immanent metapolitics that makes the mute speech of things the truth of the loud speech of fighters. As a character in one of Michon's books says, speaking of Hugo poetry, I vanquished those verses. I was a free man. The 11 repeats the gesture, the gesture in literature becoming a gesture of literature, and repudiates its romantic paternity, symbolized by the towering figure of Hugo, albeit in somewhat different manner. It doesn't repudiate Hugo's poetic souffle, or that of Racine, Villon, Baudelaire, or Rimbaud. Michon constantly needs to remember the rhythm of the verse to converse with the dead. His conversation presents certain similarities with the historiographical operation of Michel de Certeau, for whom in the West, during the last 4 centuries, to do history goes back to writing, in order to produce a sort of thanatography, because to do history means conversing and constructing the tombeau of the dead, in both senses of the word tombeau, the actual burial place and the poetic form, a funerary homage, mostly in verse, of one or more writers to the other. Michon's writing is quintessentially poetical, akin to ancient history, that Quintilian would call Carmen Solutum, a prose poem, or more aptly, a poem set free. He knows that you need imagination to close the gap between the present and the past, and acknowledges the need for poetical force to storm the barrier of contemporary presentism and close that gap. For him, history is, as for Quintilian, a proxima poetis, close to poetry in a peculiar sense. The poetic souffle liberates the novelistic prose from the impingement of the universal reporting. Reportage universel is a term taken from Mallarmé, of historiography, and it's Vulgate. In the 11, freedom of poetic discourse results from a repudiation of a certain type of historical imagination needed to close that gap. It is the historical imagination resulting from a proximity or closeness of literary, novelistic writing and historiography. It is the usage of that closeness and closing that Michon repudiates, forged in the 19th century by a link between literature and historiography. A romantic historical novel, say of Walter Scott, serving as a model in France, or ideal of historical writing of Augustin Thierry and Jules Michelet to a certain extent. Historical writing, on the other hand, once history became a science, serving as a model or ideal of literary realistic writing, as in a reflection superimposed, it's a quote from Léonce, to liberate literary discourse from the heroic model of science and of the usage of historiographical writing as a degree zero of historical novel, seems to represent, for Michon, the prerequisite of his own poetic souffle, reinvigorating the communion in the values of language. In a certain sense, Michon, by his counter-narrative of terror, in rupture with the bicentenary commemoration of French Revolution, mimics the gesture of François Furet in his Pensée, la Révolution française, to how to think the French Revolution, presenting 1789 as a moment of historical drift or deviation to free himself, Furet, to free himself from revolutionary catechism incarnated in Marxist historian Albert Soboul, and thus introducing a historiographical rupture, yet, contrary to furiously anti-Marxist Furet, whose reductive topic of mythology places his interpretations nevertheless in the space of the unreal, Michon's The 11 can be seen not as a polemical stance, but as a complement to Fichte, a descent into political mythology and its anthropological origins. So if I were in a habit of searching for affinities or models in historiographical writing, the 11 might be likened to a fictional microstoria or microhistory. Macrohistory requires, as Natalie Zemon-Davis pointed out, details, evidence, and the addition of histoire totale, total history. So, in this sense, like Carlo Ginzburg's Indagini su Piero, Investigations into Piero della Francesca, that unfolds a story of a great painter, Piero della Francesca, and his commissioned masterpiece, La Flagellazione di Cristo, representing great political figures, it reveals painstakingly chiseled particularities in the commission and its protagonists encrusted in the great wall of history. And I quote, "Les 11, the ever enigmatic wall of 11 men upon which history is perched." This time it is not about the archetypal Roman emperor in Byzantine robes, Ioannis Palaiologos, the mythology of the imperium and the unity of the church, but about the archetypal bloody revolutionary Robespierre, the mythology of revolution and the unity of mankind. The roots of this gesture are buried much deeper in the personality of the author and the troubled civic memory of the foundations of the Republic. In other words, Michon deploys a certain hermeneutics of the self. He metabolizes the absence of his own father, realizing a singular form of the work of mourning by literary writing. The work of mourning amounts to a prose bloc de prose. Michon is not enthusiastic about the word novel, exhibiting repetition, one absence of vacancy after another, preceding by the acts of execution, naked repetition of the origin, that does not exclude, on the contrary, that nudity reveals itself only in the repetition and in history. In this minutely narrated history of the protagonist's father, and in the history of the fathers of revolution, all failed writers, except Robespierre, and there is a mistranslation in English, which goes, on French it is "qu'on ne commente pas," and it's translated, "but who needs no comment," who is not to be commented upon. It's interdiction. Artisan son, says Michon, that is the rule after 1789. It's the eternal romanticism that we haven't left yet. We don't stop killing the ghostly father who was slain long ago, no doubt in January 1793, under the big cleaver of sons in the Revolution Square that we now call Concord Square, seriously. Hermeneutics of the self as author and budding literary fable, and self as a political being, as zone politikon, repeats in the narrative, in history's its own origin, a parricide regicide that is not to be commenting upon. Poetic and poetic are like uniting poetry and ethics. Michon's phrasing in the 11 can be seen as a variant of what Auerbach in Mimesis called the Tacitian, not only because ancient historiography can be considered, I think, by large, as a good example of what is generally accepted to be a political novel, or as Cicero puts it elegantly, concessum est rhetoribus ementiri in historis, ut aliquid dicere possint argutius. It is permitted to rhetors, historians, writers, to lie or fictionalize in history in order to say something more subtly. The subtleness springs from the Tacitus handling of language. As Auerbach said, in Tacitus, the somberness and weightiness of the historical style reinforced by the somberness of the events he reports, is charged by sensory perception. Time and again it is there, evoked by the suggestive power of horrible happenings, but only to be quickly repressed again by the refined and pointed brevity of the style, which will now not allow such outbursts to prevail. Moreover, Tacitus had the ability to forge a language to suit his characters, for example, in the case of Tiberius, whose style of discourse was congenial to another than to Tacitus himself. Tacitus describes Tacitus' manner of speaking as suspensa semper et obscura verba, always ambiguous and obscure words. Michon says ambivalence is at heart of my personal mythology. Critics interpret it as hesitant rhetorics. His phrasing is obscure because only the alternative discourse of poetic history in which they are placed sheds light on them. The meaning of words is literally suspended, as if hanging, on the one hand, on the literary and artistic tradition, modernist and avant-garde. Michon's text is a palimpsest, a metonymy of library, and on the other hand, on the tradition of historiographical interpretation, or on, as they said, on hearsay. And its historiographical and sociological analysis or story undoes the magic of his own poetic phrasing and brings it back to its conditions of production, to its other side. This suspense of words of meaning goes even further. It is precisely the difficulty to isolate chunks of reality and science from fictional rewritings and outbursts of imagination, to pinpoint their origin and to set them one against the other as models of rewriting, and to distill something that could be called political, that constitutes the access to the 11. As in poetry, it is precisely the difficulty that opens the axis, and suddenly, with ease, when we read it, we are in the axis, in the absolute difficulty, elevated and touching of the revolution, art, and terror. There is certain stupidity, Michon maintains, or inelegance in the literature that thinks otherwise than by metaphors. Like poetry, the 11 is not about problems, it is about difficulty. Difficulty of metaphor and in metaphor, in literature and of literature, difficulty in history and of history, because, as the narrator says, because they all tell stories, sir, and so we do. So do we. What is supposed to represent a problem or mimic a sociological analysis is relegated to the realm of stories and dismissed. I quote, "I wonder, sir, if it is really useful to tell you all this, these family histories and these noble ancestries so prized by our era, if it's necessary to go back so far to these pale existences that are only hearsay, after all, hypothetical causes. On the contrary, what is supposed to be fictional, the painting, is affirmed to be real and acknowledged. We have, I quote, we have had the indubitable existence of the 11, the definite block of existence, irrefutable, unchanging, the solid effect that does perfectly well without causes, and that would do perfectly well too without my commentary. 11, there are no clear-cut boundaries between reality and art, between document and fiction, history and writing, political fact and commentary on it. Every statement includes its counter-statement, says Michon insists. Everything is undermined and contested, even the form of the commentary itself. The series of statements that make the narrative of history of the 11, painting and the novel, attached to the artifice of references, hearsay, imaginary Michelet, constantly evacuates the exorbitant pretension of the origin. The text pushes its autoreferentiality to the extreme. Strangely enough, recourse to history serves to liquidate reality. To liquidate reality, that's expressly maintained by Michon. The extreme touches here its opposite. Consequently, what you have there is to be taken en bloc. That's the prose block. All at once, so to speak, as an enunciation, a futile exercise in contemporary literature, haunted by its impotence and obsolescence. But solidified in a prose block, it turns into a notice assommante, a knockout notice. This is not translated in English. This characterization, which by the knockout notice, which by the smallest and most secret or invisible body accomplishes the most divine work. Some of them might recognize the quote from Gorgias, the praise of Helen. And in the rendering of Michon, violent and voluntary nothing that carries the figures that makes them stand. Like Greek tragedy, the phrasing of the prose block by means of legends, and I'm quoting Gorgias again, by means of legends and emotions creates a deception in which the deceiver is more honest than the non-deceiver, and the deceiver deceived is wiser than the non-deceived. I think it would be better to translate the Greek apathesis, the one that creates an illusion with connotation of pleasure, seduction, deception, trickery, artifice, and ruse. This is the divine work, the magic that the 11 and its ambiguous narrator accomplishes. Not the establishment of refurbishment of historical truth, but the violence of the role of fiction constitutive of the narrative, the fixation of fiction, decided, desired, and assumed fabrication of shared history. The fixation of fiction in the image turns stories into measure of stories, fiction into measure of truth and falsity and reality. Fiction, which is both description and misdescription, seems to be here a revenant, a spectre, constantly haunting the reality and history of the event. The fiction thus becomes the trope of what is better, in the sense of what is more useful, the trope that makes truth to take, or it becomes the point of the impact on truth, of that beautifully politicized of Aristotle against history, where the desire of truth is the weak point of the historian. Beautifully politicized. Politeus hai kalos means, quite simply, to liquidate reality. It's a quote from Aristotle, the Constitution of Athens. To liquidate reality, as Archinos liquidated those who remembered the horrors of internal war. We return to thanatography, to the sovereign and cleansing power of death. And in Michon's rendering, this is Lascaux, sir, the forces, the powers, the commissioners, and the powers, in the language of Michelin, are called history. As a genealogy or archaeology as the genealogy or archaeology of the painting returns, in the end, to prehistory, to primeval forces of predation and apotropic power of paintings of Lascaux, the genealogy or archaeology of politics, conjured by the imaginary, shifting, unsaturable context of the novel, returns to its roots, ancient Athens, philosophy and sophistic. To close the loop, liquidation of reality demands an immense anthropological detour, a dramatization of primitivity in the vein of Georges Bataille and André Leroi-Gourhan. In the order of things, Michel Foucault articulates discourse to paintings. Begins with a commentary on Las Meninas of Velázquez. It is more than a rhetoric device to capture a reader. It is necessary to reestablish, as Jean-Claude Milner asserts, its affirmation. The text shows that a discursive dispositive or apparatus or construction determines a possible painting. The 11 reenacts this determination. Life and history, I quote, all those moving, living forms mean nothing more than this, tossed up to end up in a painting that repudiates them all, exalts them, bludgeons them, weeps for that devastation, and inordinately delights in it 11 times through 11 stations of the flesh, 11 stations of wood, silk, etc. And is spelled out clearly only in the page of darkness, the 11. The moving form, life's history and art determine the page of darkness of the painting of the 11. Moreover, simultaneously, Corentin's imaginary painting, put into words, puts into image that discursive dispositif. So perhaps, I quote, this is what you think. Behind the glass, there are 11 appearances of Corentin de la Marche. Corentin de la Marche 11 times. The father and his vocation, his alibi, 11 times. 11 times the hand with a pen, the author, by the uncertain, lost Limousin author. All of them, the lost offsprings of literature, one and indivisible. For they loved glory, the idea of glory above all else. Their presence behind the glass attends to it, the pure glory in those times and in others came through literature, which was the occupation of men. The painting of darkness puts into image the deadly dispositif of literature. In other words, and it is in the text, a dispositif Jacobin, it's in the text, determines a force of lightning of the painting, which in turn puts into image I quote, the spearheads of that dispositif. The translators translate the French word dispositif as plan of action, which is problematic. Donc, then, pale existences and hypothetical causes are transfigured into block of existence, irrefutable, unchanging, the solid effect that does perfectly well without causes, and this irrefutable block of prose transfigure paleness, into rhetorical color and hypothesis into reality. We stay, says the text, in front of this imaginative reenactment of darkness transfigured into light, and the quote continues, heads raised, listening to Sirens' secular song, as if it were the inextricable story of the world itself that they were revealing to us. What the text calls a siren's song is the deadly call of reality and universal reporting, posing as history and literature. The 11, on the other hand, extends the rope to tie the implied reader and the narrative to the mast of its vessel of words, like Ulysses did when he was fast facing sirens to prevent them from succumbing to reality. In the order of things, the ekphrasis of the image, Las Meninas of Velázquez, fashions the order of visibility and readability of things. In the 11, the ekphrasis of the image of the 11 members of the committee fashions the order of visibility and readability of history, and particularly the order of the interpretation of the revolution. Foucault himself described the order of things as a pure and simple fiction. It is a novel, but I didn't invent it. It's the relation of our epoch of epistemological configuration and all that mass of statements. The 11th fiction, its reality effect, is invented by the relation established in the moment of commemoration of terror between the imaginary configuration of artworks in a museum, Tiepolo Caravaggio, grafted on David at Jericho, and the mass of statement of history, Vulgate of Furet, grafted on Michelet. The reader is bound to see the painting put into words, but not to hear the words. If he hears the words, he cannot see the painting because of, as the text goes, the complaining, murdering pacts of the eternal barking plebeians. And through all that barking, no one heard anything anymore. The page of darkness, the painting of darkness, and the painting of darkness mutually silence each other. They are incompatible. But simultaneously missing and exceeding, obscuring and revealing the knowledge it produces on revolution and its corsi e ricorsi, the painting indicates its vanishing point. What the text calls a rabbit hole when the ferret is released, except that there all are both ferret and rabbit, all in the other. This animal metaphor, a rabbit hole, is a blind spot that reveals the nature of the crux of the locus desperatus I mentioned at the beginning. It points to the link between revolution and terror, to the original darkness where revolution is indistinguishable from terror. One critic hastens to conclude, the 11 members of the committee can justly be regarded as criminals because they have assassinated the principle of legitimacy, which is foundation beyond legality of the political existence of men. They perpetrated a democide. This is the original sin of human history. As the text goes, perhaps what Michel, the author of the Le Peuple, saw at the end of the floor pavilion was history in person. He's referring to the painting, in 11 persons, in terror, because history is pure terror. The 11 living men are history in action, at the height of the act of terror and of glory that is the basis of history, the real presence of history, concludes the text, glory and suffering. The epic principle of conceiving history returns in all its might. Revolution, all revolution are stained by nature. And terror looms large. I'm near the end. Large in the mythology of revolutions. Ulterior revolutions remembered what can be called the axiom of fear and trembling. They submitted themselves to the test of it, and every single one failed. By the same gesture, the coming into being of the painting, an impossible thing, becomes indistinguishable from the coming into being of history and the interpretation of French Revolution as archetype of revolution to come fuses into the history a story of the prose block named the 11. As the painting of terror deprives history of words, revolution necessarily deprives people of the possibility to speak. In a brief narrative, I quote Michon, that captures the reader, prohibits plural reading, deprives him of freedom, and charms him. Revolution is terror. It transforms itself necessarily into mute image of terror. Literature of terror is a terror of literature. Surprisingly enough, the 11, the narrative that protests against horrors of terror, divulges those protests thanks to the terror of literature. Yet, two more paragraphs and I'll be finished. Yet history as history and story the text says, has a pocket of luck in its belt, a special purse to pay for impossible things. Biot, Carnot, Prieur, Couton, Robespierre, Collot, Barrère, Landais, Saint-Just, Saint-André. All those proper names repeated in the 11 ad nauseam are, in this particular context, merely an artifice. It gives us a finger to point with, in other words, to pass surreptitiously from the space where one speaks about history to the space where one looks at the image of it. In other words, those are the words of Foucault, to fold one over the other as though they were equivalents. But if one wished to keep the relation of language to vision open, if one wishes to treat their incompatibility as a starting point for speech instead of obstacle to be avoided, so as to stay so close as possible to both, then one must erase those proper names and preserve the infinity of the task, the infinity of the task of narration, differentiation, and nuancing, opened in a deliberative storytelling space of French Revolution. If the French Revolution touches the real, it is not by the execution, it is not by terror, but by discourse, not by burst blood, but by words, says in his latest, one of his latest books, Jean-Claude Milner. The change that was supposed to see, that we are supposed to see, remember the beginning, moving to the left of the imaginary painting is indeed a political statement. The epistemological configuration of the images of revolution explodes, and the axiom of fear and trembling becomes void. There is no necessary link or solution of continuity between deliberative space opened by the revolution, French Revolution, and terror forged by the image of it. The stain of blood can be removed. The deceiver then, the ambiguous narrator, a distant caricature of nouveau philosophe dominating the French intellectual scene in the last quarter of the 20th century, that puts the terror into image of history, is indeed, precisely because of the reversal and the carnivalization implied by his hanging, obscure, and deceptive words, more honest than the non-deceived possible implied readers, a community commemorating the bicentenary of terror, those who, clinching to big concepts and clear-cut dualism, firmly believe that history is nothing but terror. When the low talk of politics, on politics of terror, is suspended on the everlasting presence of human nature, the high talk on revolution becomes obliquely an attempt of sublation of history. History might be likened to a headless movement of victory of Samothrace, yet the revolution, beautifully politicized in the Aristotelian sense, 11 times in the 11, and laid to unrest in the tombeau of literature's flowing robes, resurrects, if not the teleology, because it is always about that pocket of luck that the Greeks called kairos, then its triumphant thinking head. All this, in the words of Michon, is vaguely Hegelian. So you'll permit me the last phrase: the all of Minerva takes its flight only when the shades of nights are gathering. And the narrator asks, what has become of the night? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to come from such a long way from the back. Fascinating to think about a novel that invents a painting in order to gesture to the act of invention or fictionality, you know, at the heart of the construction of history and narratives about history. And thank you very much for that, which I really enjoyed. What I was wondering if you could just tell me a bit more about, and partly it's my own interest in the novel. From a political point of view, do you think that the novel is engaged in political questions about the foundation of the French Republic as specifically, or and does it then extend that to all politics, as it were, or all this? So I suppose it's the kind of the particular or the universal that I was sort of interested in, and where you thought it lies then in terms of how it's resolving or pointing forwards, you know, on those questions of the particular and the universal case.
Yeah, that is certainly a problem. And it goes to the problem inherent in the French Revolution, because it was a French Revolution that spoke about universality. And the same problem is repeated in the French Republic now. It's a particular republic, but it's still wants to speak about universality of man. But, well, it can be said that in a certain sense, this universality is the differentia specifica of the French Revolution towards any other revolution. All others revolutions, American, English, were particular revolutions. Only French Revolution spoke about universality at that point. I don't think it's... there is, especially because of terror, this heritage of this problematic heritage in, I think, the French political consciousness.
Thank you very much. I just have some scattered thoughts. I don't know the novel at all, but you presented a very complex and oppressive reading, very multi-layered. It also brought up for me, brought to mind to me the essay written by Susan Sontag against interpretation. And in that context, the question that I ask myself a lot of times when writing is, what is our political task as scholars of political novels? Like, how far removed from more audible discourses or generally understandable discourses can we go, or what is the role of interpretation? I'm sorry, it's still a very scattered question, but is it?
Yeah, I think I got what you mean, but well, we all participate in what it was opened by French Revolution. It as a deliberative space, and I don't think we should worry about the meaning and the possibility to reach wider audiences. We should worry about truth and precision, I think, much more than about reaching the wider audience. I don't think it goes in the direction of your question, or...
A little bit. Is there a task of translation, or how do you see your
translation?
Yes.
You mean popularization, something like that?
Potentially.
Well, what I can do is, well, tell that the actual mediatic deliberative space is very narrow, and it leaves no place for real investigation and a discussion. So if there is a task to be defined for us, it is to open that field of discussion, regardless of what wider audience want. Because if we submit to doxa, then everything will go into pieces. Are there others?
Yes, we also have, like we discussed earlier today, we are confronted with a non-reliable narrator in this text, because it is addressed to someone, and the narrator, or the one who tells Corentin's story and evokes the painting, he's an authority, and he presents himself as such. We questioning the notice assommante from the Louvre and so on. So it questions also, and Michon was very proud that some readers just went to the Louvre and asked, where is this famous painting? I want to see it. So there is a question of manipulation, and what makes one adhere to an operative discourse. So that was one point, and maybe a second one, it's also about representation of power. And it's interesting that Michon took the example of a painting, because once the revolution occurs, we can't represent the power like before with the portrait of a king, which had a long tradition in France. And now we have a painting of 11 men. Not all of them are still very famous, aside Robespierre and a few others. But it doesn't represent the revolution. It doesn't represent the people quite
Oh,
simply.
yes, it does, in a certain sense.
It's a certain
they
sense,
were
but
appointed by the assembly as executive power.
But not the multitude, not yeah, it's not like the Delacroix.
No, but that's romanticism. It comes after
Well,
David and Tiepolo.
That was my 2 points, like adherence to an authoritative discourse, and how do you represent power when it isn't incarnated in one person anymore?
That was the problem of historiographers who were writing in 19th century France. How to write a history of the Republic. And that's why it was headless. And that's why, presumably, Michon uses the metaphor of victory of Samothrace, so Nico de Samothrace. Yeah, and mentioned Michelet with his conceptualization of people in his book Le Peuple. It's a very strange strategy in Michelet. He identifies himself with the people. He is the people, as the only possibility he gave of people to speak, because people for him has no voice. It can be voiced only by a romantic historian, and that's the link I think the text wants to see there.
Thank you very much.